Absolutely, Kevin. In fact, we had a big celebration, and I will tell you more about it after our show. But the topic for discussion for today is the mental health, especially among the youth. And because we are just coming out of the lockdown situation, or some of us are still in lockdown, there are some restrictions. What is the impact of that? So there are so many questions. It's a very vast subject. So what we should do to improve our mental health, reduce anxiety, things like that, feeling of procrastination and stuff like that. These are all related to mental health. So over to you, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Andrea. It's really great to have a chat on this particular subject. It is, as you say, a very large subject matter, and I have to say that I've over this COVID period, I think we've all been affected by something in our mental health and their well-being. I think we would be remiss to not say that we haven't been, and to put up a very stern front and say, no, I haven't been affected. I want to say that it's affected me. I've had a lot of ups and downs, and I've had a lot of periods of where I've just been not necessarily depressed, but just not sure where I'm going, or unhappy, and looking at where is the future. And I don't think that that's anything different from a variety of people. But what we're hearing today, whether it be in Singapore, whether it be in Sweden, whether it be in Canada, whether it be in South Africa, or wherever it might be, there's a big focus on the youth today as to how are they dealing with all of this. And I think that there's a variety of aspects which are coming up. And that is, one, that they don't see a future, a very good future. When you talk about the climate change and you talk about all of these biodiversity and challenges in work, where will we get work? These are all pieces that are plaguing on the youth of today. And some are doing very well, and some, of course, are not doing very well. But I think that we need to address what this means. For example, in Sweden, a friend of mine just recently told me that a lot of youth, there's an increase in suicides. In Singapore, which doesn't talk about these types of things because it's kind of shameful to do so, but I think that it's coming out that the youth are also committing more suicide. They're going through downwards in a variety of their performances in education and also in school. And also there's a variety of just thoughts about, where am I going? I don't think anyone has one complete answer to this. And I think that's the thing, that we need to open it up. It needs to be an open discussion. And we need to look at not just where we are, but the expansiveness of what is society, what are our cultures. So often our cultures create this challenge as well, because we have some strictness of the way we are to act and the way we are to be. And these are juxtaposition, and there's a paradox between that and sometimes where is the world going when we see it. I mean, we see the world, there's a challenge, not only from the climate change, biodiversity, new ways of working, all sorts of things, but we need to find little micro steps to help us through this mental state. So there's a book which I think is actually very interesting, and it's called Thrive, My Time to Thrive. And I think it's really helpful not only for youth, but I think it's also very helpful for everyone. And it really talks about, we've got to get a grip on ourselves and the way we work, the way we act, the way we look at our lives in general, the way we do socialization, the way we do all of these things. And so it's by Arianna Huffington. And I have just started to read it, and I think it's really valuable. There's a lot of great research. At the same time, it's about creating micro steps to help us out of this mental dilemma that we might be having around any sort of subject in our lives. So this is where I call, we need to go nomadic. We need to go into deep curiosity into who we are, and find out what is our deeper purpose and what does that mean. And I think that is a really one place to start. I think there's another place to start is, if we think about it, is our technology that we're using. We're overusing and over abusing the technology. Our phones are constantly with us. See, my phone is right next to me. And that's not probably where it should be, especially when we go to sleep. So let us talk about some of the ways that we can help ourselves. So one of the things that they talk about, and which is extremely important, is sleep. Chandra, you know that you need to have sleep. The sleep is the re-energizer of us. It's not taking all the medications. It's not taking all the extra caffeine. It's the natural application of sleep, which is so vital for our mental health, our performances, therefore, which plays out from that. But getting 7 to 8 hours, or if you cannot do that, then to take naps during the day, some sort of cat naps. I remember my mother would always take cat naps. She was amazing. She would sit down, have a snooze, and drop off, and then she'd be back and she'd be up and running. And it was like this automatic thing for her. And then also she trained herself as well. Right after dinner, she would just put her head down and she would fall asleep and she would be up and she'd be able to start working away again. But sleep is extremely important as an energizer. It also revitalizes your systems inside, and it helps you in your performance ultimately, because now your brain is thinking better. This whole point, of us working like late hours, and COVID has had these no boundaries and people working very long hours, and doesn't help us. This badge of honor, I worked 14 hours today and I'm going to do it every day. This is not a badge of honor anymore. It was in one time perhaps, but today I've never thought of it as being a badge of honor. I just think it's been ridiculous because of what it does to you. And what do organizations do? They talk about performance indicators, performance of the individuals. They do a performance review. Well, if you don't sleep, your performance is down. Your cognitive thinking is down. It is not as peaked as it could be. So the other thing is also one of the other pieces about helping this sort of mental awareness is also understanding yourself, understanding what is putting these challenges into my body. What is affecting me? Is it somebody on the outside? Is it a person what's saying something? Is it I'm reading too much technology? Am I listening to the news too much? What is it? I don't know about you, Chandra, but I at times get over abundance of not only emails, but so much into looking at the different social platforms that I get crazy because it's too much. And I have to have a separation of the noise. So let me talk about the noise. The noise that happens can help, understanding a noise can help our mental health. We need to reduce the noise. Noise comes from inside of our head and outside of our head. It comes from within our body and it comes out. And so this noise comes in different factors. It comes in noises like, people talking, sound, reading newspapers, too much social media, all sorts of things are noise. At the beginning of this year, I realized that I was going into this downfall, downwards. And I realized, okay, I heard this voice inside of me that said, you have to reduce the noise. And so that's what I did. I reduced the noise for a month as I took myself off of social media and only would allow myself X amount of time on each platform per day. That's it. And even though there was like, the addiction, I've got to do it. But no, you need to get rid of that addiction. So that's noise for you. And then the noise in your head, start walking, start doing exercise in nature, listening to the noise which is in nature, which is pure, which is part of you. These are old, different nomadic ways or traditional ways that we would live. And those help us to re-energize. We think that we have gone to the place in our socialization, in our intellectualization of life, that we know everything. But what is that doing to us a lot of the time is that maybe we don't know what is actually nature within us. So reducing the noise external and internally, is extremely important. Take a break. Take a social media break. Cut it up. The other thing is that don't have all of it in your bedroom when you're sleeping, because you will be enticed to go onto it. You'll be enticed, and then you stop sleeping as well. Leave your phone outside your room. I know people say, no, I gotta have my way. No, put it outside of your room, and don't let it be the first thing you check. When you wake up in the morning, take a moment for yourself to reflect, to be wide instead of narrow, and then start to look at the day. But you need to have these little micro steps of ways that you can help your mental health. But I would say it's a holistic health, because you're helping your spirit, you're helping your socialization, your emotions, your physical. All of these things come together. The problem is we talk about mental health, and it's the dictator. But our body can shift that mental health. I don't know about you, Chandra, but for me, because I'm extremely kinesthetic and physical, is that when I start to get all sort of mushed up in my head, or too many things are starting to go around in my head, I need to release that. And one of the ways that I release is physicality, is that I go walking, or I go into nature, or I go swimming, or I do dance, or whatever I do. But it releases everything. It's also very creative. When I was doing choreography, for example, one thing that would help me is I would get stuck. And this also affects your mental health, is getting stuck into a rut, or stuck on an idea, or a contemplation of what is this project? I don't know the next step in this project. I don't know what this creative aspect, what do I need to add to the creativity of this for it to be successful, or to be beautiful, whatever it may be. And I used to say, okay, go swimming. So I would go swimming, and I had one task. I can't get out of the pool until I've solved the question. So I would keep swimming and swimming and swimming until I found the answer. And the answer would come to me. I didn't sort of like go on and on and on about the answer. I would just let the swimming allow me to find the answer, because it loosened everything up. So many people find their own ways of loosening their mind, loosening their body, whatever it might be. But it is a holisticness of this. So for youth, we need to be able to help them to start moving and expanding their thinking. Now, you remember we've talked about the nomadic culture and the nomadic mindset. One of the greatest, I believe, quotes that I found in all of my research was this in Mongolia, is a young student said to me, nomads think vastly, act narrowly. I'm going to say it again. Nomads think vastly, act narrowly. Now, whenever I talk about this in any speech, people go, that's the one that I pick up. Why? It's not like think global or act local. That's not like that at all. It is about vastness. Thinking vastly is opening the mind, opening the body, opening. And this is what we do in coaching. We go get curious and we start to open, because people come to us in a narrow state. And this is what's happening when we have these mental challenges, is that we're in this narrow state. Yesterday, for example, I have a client that is really challenged at the moment, from work, from relationships, from her children, from her mother, it's like everything is like coming at the same time. And I can sense she's in the beginnings of some sort of burnout, which is not a good place to be. And because her mind and everything is so narrow, it's so tight. And we need to be able to find these different mechanisms which will help us to open and to understand it's this width. Go wide, go wide, go wide, and then narrow in on a solution. That, I think, is what is happening for a lot of us in mental, is one of the things that is challenged if you take it deeper for mental wellness, is that the youth of today are seeing the challenges of no jobs, but now we need to widen that up and go, well, what other ways can you move forward? You don't have to do everything that is like a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant. There are other things to be able to do in life. But because our culture has closed us, we don't see that width of possibility. And our education is sometimes doing that. So the width, our bandwidth, as we call it sometimes, is very narrow. We need to go wide on the bandwidth, right? Remember on radios, we need to have a wide band, that you're playing. You need to have the technology to be able to have a really wide band. And that's exactly the same thing for us as individuals, is we need this width. So the width can come through some of the things that I've already talked about. But most of all, one of the things that's actually really important, I think, for a lot, and especially if people are listening from India or wherever, they've grown up from the fact of meditation and stillness and this idea. And meditation is really a place to widen. So meditation, take a break from your social media. Don't believe everything that's on social media. Don't engage in everything that's in social media. Engage in only what is important to you. Sleep, 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 sleep. Physical exercise is extremely important, but also to just really understand, to put a context into things that for the youth, for example, not only about where's their future, but what is the planet, is to get them engaged and understanding what's going on so that they become social activists for their own future. There's way too many people that are turning a blind eye and very short-term thinking about the planet, biodiversity, the decline of the planet. And we need to really understand that. And we need to do something about it. Because it's not just one person. We need to hold our governments responsible. We need to hold organizations responsible. And we need to hold ourselves and our families responsible. And our friends and our circles. Why? Because this will help our mental well-being to be able to cope and then thrive into the future. Why? Because we've gone wide and have a bigger picture of all the risks, the threats, and seeing them from a distance. We can see the opportunities, the possibilities. When you're narrow, it's very hard to see them. Would you say so, Chandra?
Well, Kevin, I think you told us many, many important things. And one thing I'd like to share with you is that I know for sure that the 8 hours of sleep is definitely required because brain has to do cleaning functions. That is where I read somewhere that it does the cleaning function where it actually stores unwanted things into a hard disk somewhere deep down, so you don't need it for tomorrow, and keep remaining things in your RAM, random access memory. So it needs time to declutter your mind, and that is why sleep is required. But we know that. But I think all of us, including myself, I don't think I can sleep for more than 5.5 hours to 6 hours. Whatever I do, I cannot sleep. And whenever I get up, there is pressure on my head. The pressure is, oh, I got some 300 emails, as you rightly pointed out, and I need to start responding now, because if I do it now, I will have more time for my breakfast. So, that is where the day starts. You have not left the bed and you're answering your email. I think this is happening to almost everybody, whether they're young people or even middle-aged person like me, and even elders. So it's a common phenomena. But the youths are, more affected because they've just started their life and they're getting into a rut. So I think what I am asking you is basically give us a very small solution. You already told us that, hey, keep the mobile outside your bedroom. It's easier said than done, actually. It's an addiction. So I think what you can tell us is, some sort of activity-based regime which youth can follow, and change their lifestyle. Is it possible to do it in this program, or you would like to consult some of these people on one-on-one? How does it work basically, if this is something that people need today?
Well, I think that it's a longer subject than what we have today, but I think that the people are able to consult with me if they wish to at some point in time and to reach out. I'm very helpful. I'm grateful for that. But one thing that you can do, as I say, is that these are creating habits, and we need to create a habit which is the one that you wish to be beneficial. They call this, there's a phenomena called habit stacking. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. Have you heard of it?
I've heard of different types of stacking, Kevin. For example, things like hashtag stacking. When you're posting something, hashtag is also can be stacked in your post, which is counterproductive. So things like that. So I presume habit stacking is also similar to that.
Habit stacking is where you have a habit that you like and it works well for you, and your new habit that you do it at the same time, which is not familiar for you, and what the habit that is successful for you will help to motivate the other habit, because it's not alone. It is actually doing. So, for example, in habit stacking, you might be very good at meditation, and it's a ritual for you. And so that you do that, but at the same time as you're doing the meditation, is that you're recognizing in your mind that you need peace. For example, that may not be something that is there for you, but you have a challenge with peace in your life once you come out of meditation, but it's to put the two together, is to understand the two. One is easy and the other one is a bit more challenging, and to see how that peace can help to take you forward. I mean, it's very simple in the sense of another way of habit stacking you can see is very simple, is that you wash your teeth, brush your teeth, right? And so that is okay. But then the affirmations, for example, are not so easy for you because you don't remember them. But you do an affirmation every time that you are brushing your teeth. So then it becomes a habit. So we have to create these habits. For example, as you talked about, is putting your phone out of your room. So one thing is I like to sleep. So that's a habit, it's a ritual, and it's also a necessity for you in life. And you allow yourself to have the habit of sleeping, but you say to my sleeping, I'm going to put my phone outside. And then you come in and you sleep. So you allow it to be there, but you say, I'm going to take it outside of the room. But you're focusing on the sleep. And that's the most important thing, and not on the social media, which is keeping you awake.
Well, those are good tips. One question I have, Kevin, is which is related to youth specifically, and it's about giving them direction. Because I think what is missing is, all these things are fine. You leave your mobile outside. It's their habit. We need to tell them, hey, don't be habituated to certain way of life. However, I think all this will be driven if there is a goal assigned to them. So is there an easy method to assign a goal? For example, if there is somebody has to achieve something like score a distinction in mathematics, or score marks in social studies, So is there a possibility of assigning a goal which can give them direction? Is there a method to this madness, Kevin?
There's no real concrete method to any of that madness around goals, I believe. Anyway, some people will be, swear up and down. So I believe a goal is an idea, a place forward, is a direction. However, the journey towards it is the most important thing, is what are you learning as you get there? So if your goal is to write an exam, it's not to put the focus on the exam and the goal and getting the marks, But the goal is to reverse that and look at what is the journey? What am I learning? What is in that I can utilize? And then think about the exam when it happens. But if you put the focus on the wrong syllable, as I say it, the wrong syllable being only the marks, then you're going to be pretty stressed and you may not remember everything. So the point here is, yes, it's good to have a goal. Yes, it's good to have a direction, but make sure that you put the focus on the learning journey. And that learning journey, you need to go wide, as I said before you go narrow. Thinking about the goal is quite narrow because it cuts you off from all other types of learning experiences, possibilities, because you're just seeing the end. In your example, I think you started to talk about youth, and I think it's really family it starts with. In family and sharing the values and sharing what is important. Some families don't really give a care about the amount of technology that their children have or how many hours they're on at a time until something happens. However, there's so much documentation. I know an Indian family here, their children were 13 and they still didn't have a phone. She says, I'm not letting them have a phone yet. They're fine. They're learning all sorts of other things. They can go on their computer, but not have a phone. So these types of things is about not allowing yourself to get wrapped up in the social consciousness of every child has a phone. Every child has the latest gadget. Every child has No, it's not living up to the Joneses. It's about what is important that you feel moving forward for the child and their learning journey. Sure, that might be part of their learning journey, but the point here is the values and the purpose that you are giving to them, educating them about the bigger picture of life, what is happening in not only in technology and jobs and whichever, but what is happening as far as the climate and getting interested. This is important, I believe, to helping them move forward, is the home and the social interaction, not necessarily on social media.
Well, I think this is a very big subject, very vast subject. We can't finish in 20 to 30 minutes. It requires a lot of in-depth analysis, and every individual is different. His needs are different. His mind works differently. So there is no cookie cutter solution available. But the fact of the matter is, Kevin has come forward being such an experienced person. He's actually, he can help you train your mind in order to get focused, in order to sleep well, in order to get decluttered with your habits, and so many other things. It's a huge subject, Kevin. Thank you so much for finding time and joining us, Kevin.
It's my great honor to be here with you, and thank you so much for the invitation.
Great, Kevin, it was lovely talking to you, and we will catch up in the next show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the Likeable Leader section of our show. And usually viewers, you are used to seeing middle-aged CEOs, CXOs, a lot of people who have actually achieved a lot of things in life. But today we are very privileged to have a different kind of leader in our show. Her name is Archika Arora, and she is a certified image consultant. But that should not give you any other feeling. The image consulting is a totally new word, and she is a very young professional. She is a highly qualified young entrepreneur. And when I say highly qualified, she is from IIM, and she was working with the top corporates in the world. And she decided to call it quits. And she has become a certified image consultant, now helping people like me who have lived in the industry for 2 decades and helping with the image consulting. So without further ado, let me present Archika Arora.
So thank you for the wonderful introduction and for having me here. And looking forward to the interview.
It was our pleasure, Archika. Usually we get the people who have some sort of leadership, but I think you are a leader of sorts. This is a totally new area. A lot of our viewers would like to know about it, and that is why you are here. In fact, I'm very eager to know what you do. But before we start, I would like to ask you, uh, you have had a fantastic career, you had a fantastic education, you were working with the top corporation, and you decided to come out. So what happened, and what gave you this idea that this will be a career to choose?
So that's a very nice question. And there was nothing sad that happened, first of all. Let me break it to you. Not every great story has a sad backing. Um, I always wanted to get into image consulting since the time I was in school, but great education and great companies happened. And I, being a typical Indian kid, always wanted to have brands on my resume. But when you have all these things, you've had great qualifications, then you've gone to great companies, you are earning great money, then somehow you don't have anything more to look forward to. I was only looking forward to my promotion, and I suddenly had a feeling when I was sitting in a meeting that, listen, if this does not stop right now, and if I get promoted, the paycheck is going to just get fatter. I'm going to get into this trap. And because I was a management consultant, I was already helping people out, but I thought that, okay, this is going to sound very filmy, but if I die tomorrow, only people in EY are going to remember me. Nobody else is going to remember me. So that was a really sad thought to have. And I was like, right now is the right time to get into this. And being a woman, I also wanted a career which gives me flexible working hours. I didn't want to have something in the future which said that, if you have additional responsibilities, you let go of your career. So that is what I see setting as an example for all the women in the world. That just because you are expanding your family or you're doing something personal does not mean you have to let go of the professional thing. This was the right career choice for me. So that is what went behind.
This is amazing. In fact, you are an IIM grad, um, and which makes you the top brains in the country. Yet you decided to take a leap, and I wish you good luck. I'm sure you will have an illustrious career in image consulting. Um,
Thank you so much.
yeah, Archika, this is a new area, and that is why the leadership will also be young. I'm totally convinced about it.
Yes.
However, I have to ask you this question, which is about image consulting. The image consulting is not really understood very well, not only in India, but world across. This is a new science, a new line of business. So, how did you thought about getting into this area, converting this into an opportunity for you?
So, CK, as you very rightly said, that this is not something which is so conventionally understood, like, say, medical or engineering, right? So, even for management consulting, for that matter. But when you talk about image consulting, if I had to explain it in one line, it's about helping you manage your first impressions well. Now, that sounds as confusing as image consulting, the word itself. It's most often confused with the fashion designing or makeovers or hairstyling, etc. It is much more than that. So, if I have to give you an analogy, it will be interior designing. So, for an interior designer, he or she has a lot of areas to take care of. Yeah. So, it can be carpentry, it can be plumbing, etc. So, similarly, an image consultant is taking care of your outer appearance so that you get good opportunities because the attention span of people is decreasing like anything. You become successful only when you have opportunities to look forward to, right? So we majorly do it through a change in your clothing, then a change in your face and your entire outer appearance. Having said that, this sounds pretty superficial when I talk about it this way, right? So it takes care of your physical characteristics, what your body shape really is. This is not fashion. What is trending today may not trend tomorrow. So if I talk about you, you'll have a certain body shape. We have 8 different body shapes: diamond, triangle, etc. Then you have face shape. Okay. Then you have psychological characteristics, what you feel from inside. Sometimes you look at people and they're like, this person seems really rude. But when you talk to him, he turns out to be a really soft person. So how do you stop giving those contradicting signals? And the only thing you can take care of is clothes. You can't change your psychological characteristics so easily. Physical, you definitely cannot. Even if you're hitting the gym, where it's a good 6 months, 12 months, and then also you have a certain skeletal structure which you have to stick to, right? So you only have clothes that you can really change the messages you're giving out to people. And the perception that others have of you, our clothes speak. That is the basic essence of image consulting. So just as we speak through words, our clothes speak. So for example, if you have a collar right now, it is speaking of authority. Okay, but because you don't have another third layer, say for example a jacket or a blazer, so you seem to be approachable, but you're not somebody who I can take for granted. Yeah, so to give you a very small example, this is how I can explain right now. Yes, it's pretty misunderstood. And if you've seen the movie Rockstar, right, he says, image is everything and everything is a myth. I always like to quote this line because this really makes that impression in the minds of people that, yeah, this is something more than fashion designing and more than following the trends.
So, as a professional, I know what you're saying makes a lot of sense. There is an old saying that the first impression is the lasting impression. So, it is
Yeah.
in our interest to make the first impression. And at the same time, it's always in the back of the mind, you have to look approachable, you have to look friendly, and so on and so forth. You have to look attractive. There could be many image related attributes, and when you go around finding your students, as I would like to say that, because learning is for everyone. And I think the people like me in my age group would need more than anybody else, because we are the people who are more concerned about the image. When I say me, basically a person who's like 15 years or above experience in the industry. um, so you must be meeting a lot of these people like me. There could be men and women both. Who do you find more difficult to deal with?
Again, a very good question. This is making me sound like coffee with calm people, and you'll make me go out of business. So I'm not going to choose any sides, but I'll try to be as candid as possible. So I would say that when you're catering to women, it's easier to get them into the sales funnel. They're the one who will be ready to put on their money without asking too many questions. So they are risk takers when it comes to this industry, but they will make sure that they get value for every buck that they'll spend. Yeah. So, and vis-a-vis men are people who ask you a lot of questions before they actually shell out their money and offer your consulting services. But once they enter your community, they are really easy locked. So, before somebody enters your community, I think it's women who are more difficult to convince. They're easier to convince, but more difficult to keep. And vis-a-vis men, they're difficult to convince, but once they enter your community and start taking your services, they're an absolute breeze. So, as an entrepreneur or as an image consultant, it's absolutely up to you. What sort of niche do you prefer and target audience?
I have a follow-up question on this. Do you ever face any resistance in terms of entry level? Because people are very protective about themselves, their image and the way they speak, etc. Usually, 90% human beings are like that. So, what kind of resistance you face when you're making a pitch?
Sure. So, I think any sales pitch that you're making, it really depends on the kind of words you're using. If you straight away go and say, hey, this is wrong with you, all of a sudden the person will be very defensive. So the play of words is very important. How I typically go and suggest other image consultants to do is that you tell that this is what I do. And if somebody is typically changing role or looking for a new outward appearance, do you know anybody who will, benefit from my services? I won't say directly that. Will you want to join? And if the person is really interested, when you blame it on the third party, right, the person really gets comfortable. So I have used that trick and that works really nicely for me. Otherwise, obviously, you can't be telling people it's not a soap that you'll say that your acne spots will go away. You can't be saying that, you look a bit fat, but if you use this kind of clothing, you're going to look much more better. You can't be saying that. And fat is, in fact, not a term that an image consultant will ever use. We call it variations, for example. So, yeah, that is my trick that I've used, and I've given it out in public now. So, have fun.
See, Archika, now when I speak to you and I think about it in retrospect, I feel this current management of image is much more difficult than the usual management consulting because you're now dwelling on the human psychology.
Yes.
So, having said that, what kind of people need your services?
So, I would say that people who are one conscious of their physical appearance and outer appearance or their job demands it. So, for example, corporate top management, then politicians, and making it as approachable as it gets. If you are changing roles in your personal professional life, so in personal life, you may be getting married or you may be having a baby. So now you're no more a husband but also father, all right, and maybe you're having your grandson vis-a-vis if you are looking at your professional life, you are getting ready for promotion or you want to look promotion ready. You cannot have got promotion because you don't look a certain way or ready for the next level. And maybe from the back end, you're moving to front end. And I've had people who worked on their products, the entrepreneurs, and then they say that, listen, now is the time I want to go to investors. So I want to look a certain way. I can't be going in my t-shirt and jeans. I've also had clients who wanted to settle in US, want to take their business abroad, and hence they want to understand, how do I start dressing up? I can't be wearing just a t-shirt or a jeans or say a kurti. I'll have to start wearing Western dresses, for example. And it does not stop there, as I said, because the moment you open your mouth, your image is still speaking for itself. So, are you aware of the cultural etiquette? Are you aware of the dining etiquette? All of that is taken care of by an image consultant. So, just as you have a personal trainer in a gym, you will have an image consultant who is working at the back, and people won't understand, what transformed you. And it will happen so naturally because your personal characteristics are taken into it, and hence it's natural, it's gradual, and you are pretty comfortable. It's not like I'm giving you a shield and you're somebody else when you go out and you come back, now you're a different person. There has to be a match for it to have a long-term effect. So yeah, these are the kind of people who really benefit from my services or any image consultant services. It can also be a school child or a college child. So a person who's going from school to college, we all have been there, right? We are so used to wearing school dress. Our wardrobe does not have much. And when you go to college, you need to have your casuals ready. When you go from college to corporate, it's again a very big shift. And how much do you speak when you're a college grad? You're full of energy, you're bubbly, and then all of a sudden when you go to corporate, it's a very serious environment. So when do you open your mouth? What do you really wear? How iron your clothes should be? And you're on a budget because you've just started earning. So how do you maximize the value of your buck? Is what an image consultant will help you with.
See, I talked to you more and I enlightened more and more. I think this is a very vast market base which requires your services. So I wish you all the best, and it was my personal pleasure to talk to you, Archika. And I wish you all the best in your career. Hopefully, we will catch up again sometime and learn about your line of business more.
Nice. Okay, then. Enjoyed it thoroughly. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you and bye bye.
My pleasure. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about cybersecurity and also how it impacts our kids, especially when our kids are joining their school sessions using their online channels that school has provided. Are they secure? Are they prone to any cyberbullying? Is their identity being compromised? There are a whole lot of questions. It's a very hot subject. To discuss this subject, we have a very special guest joining us from UK. Before we start our discussion, I have to tell you that you can point your camera onto this QR code and you will get instantly connected with our channel. This is a very user-friendly way to get connected without typing any web address or any code. So this is the latest stuff, and this QR code will be available throughout the length of this video. So friends, I'll be taking a very short break and will join back along with my guest. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. And today we have a very special subject to discuss. And we also have a very special guest in the studios, Mr. Naval Gund, who is also chairman of Mindfit Limited, joining us from London.
Hello, everybody. Hello, CK, and another wonderful start to the week. Beautiful sunny day here, despite the fact of all the trials and tribulations that we've had across Europe with and across America, of course, with these horrendous changing weather conditions. And I see you've had monsoon, CK, so it's pretty bad outside where you are as well.
It's pretty bad. A couple of buildings have collapsed. Some cities have been inundated by flash floods. The news coverage is horrific, actually.
Yeah, it's not good to see. Not good to see at all. So let's delve into a subject today. What subject shall we talk about that's important to you as a parent, maybe?
Well, I think the subject is about cybersecurity for kids, and specifically for kids because all the kids in the world today are actually glued on to their sessions, Zoom sessions or whatever sessions their schools are running, and they are actually joining online. And that is why cybersecurity becomes very, very important, especially with kids, keeping in mind kids' interests and also security, because I think as a parent, we should be worried about it.
Well, as it's a hot topic, you weren't short and slow off the mark in discussing or suggesting a topic there. And cybersecurity for kids, or cyber kids as I like to call it, is a really hot topic. And as you say, COVID has done one thing for the majority of children these days. And for those in education, they've been forced to educate at home. So the really good thing about that is that young people, even down to the age of 4 and 5 year old, are getting comfortable with using the internet. They're getting familiar with using these screens. Maybe it's Zoom or it's Google or it's whatever, Microsoft Teams or whatever it is. But teachers have been forced, really, the education system has been forced to utilize this media to help young people keep educated, keep this education flow happening. And the reason for that is quite simple, CK, isn't it? It's about you go to school every day, 5 days a week. I mean, some children go 6 days a week, but majority go 5 days a week, and it's repetition. You see your teachers, you see your friends, you build relationships, all of those soft skills that we take for granted. But actually, that's how we build those soft skills. We build those soft skills by practicing, by moving into those arenas. And another soft skill is resilience, personal resilience. And that comes from being able to think and not have bad feelings about it, or good feelings, actually. Because the best way we can learn is by thinking about it and doing things ourselves. So if I were to say to you, CK, cybersecurity for kids is all around resilience, what would that mean to you?
I think, Naval, resilience is required, undoubtedly. But I think when kids are using their online sessions, anyone can enter that session, or anyone can steal their identity and reach out to them without our knowledge, or probably misuse their identity. So I think it's very scary. I mean, the scenario itself gets very scary when we think of it. So I think resilience is important, especially when somebody tries to contact them, some unknown person trying to contact our kids. I think that is when the resilience predominantly play a role there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. And this is the thing that we don't like to tell our kids about. We don't like to tell them about the bogeyman, the boogeyman, you know, the people that they're going to have nightmares over. But the part about that is it is real life. We don't know, as you quite rightly said, we don't know who's coming into these chat rooms that they're innocently walking into. In fact, I know lots of chat rooms that have been created around the world through the school, through the teaching capability, and they've been infiltrated by pretty despicable characters. And that's the problem. Of laws that are out there are not for the masses, as we would like to think, but they're for the minority. It's to keep the minority in check. You know, why do we have prisons? Well, we have prisons, for instance, because it's the minority of people that go beyond the law. Everyone else obeys the law. In the cyber world, as you probably may have read in the last few weeks, few months, and in fact, a few years if you've been involved, these social platforms are maybe trying to do a good job to clean up their act. And just like fake news, they're struggling to keep fake news out of the arena. But when it comes to kids, we raise the ante a little bit more. You know, those of us that have children, and maybe some of you have grandchildren, you start to think, well, we didn't have that in my day. You know, I'm 62 years old, you're into your 50s, and when we were young, I don't know about you, but I don't remember the back door being locked. It was typically open. You know, it was, you know, everyone on the street used to come in, particularly kids, because my mother was a pretty good cook. But the point is, there was a lot of social mobility in the street. And indeed, in some great areas today, that social mobility still exists. However, we've got this negative impact. And on the internet, unfortunately, it's accelerated and it's bigger. We've only got to look at recently, the England team got to the finals of the European Championships, and we lost on penalties. It was a great game, great tournament, but the point was we got to a final, which is the first time in 55 years, which is absolutely fantastic. It's a bit like getting to the Cricket World Cup every now and again. So but what we've had is not a focus on social media and on the news of how great the team did and how wonderful it was, and you know, maybe next time we'll be a little bit better, but we're going to be far more prepared, and all of the positive stuff that comes out about that tournament. No, what have we seen? We've seen insults, we've seen racism, we've seen 3 black guys that miss penalties, that have been ostracized by a real minority of people on social media. And that's the problem. This is what we need to be helping our children be resilient over. Now, these are 3 guys, and they've come out really strong and together, and they've really galvanized the community to get after these racists and really eradicate it. But the problem is, your child may be 4 years old. Where are they going to be galvanized? They've only got you, really, to galvanize them, or their grandparents, or their aunts and uncles, because their friends have got no experience. They can't galvanize it. So what we've got to do is we've actually got to help young people see all the benefits of utilizing the internet, and the social media platforms, because there are hundreds, but also make them think, make them become more aware, not in a be afraid arena, but be there with them, be there for them, take them through the process, work with them on a regular basis. And parents really are the only ones that can do that. Or elder siblings that have actually been through it. And their younger siblings will actually acknowledge the elder siblings because they look up to them, they respect them. But this is a really important arena where, just like, as a child, or as my children growing up, I remember my wife reading books to them before they went to sleep. And she'd read a chapter, and the three diddlies, as we called them, because they were all around about the same age, would be sat on the bed and they'd be listening to a chapter on Harry Potter. And there'd always be a cliffhanger at the end of every chapter. If you've ever read the books, fantastic reading. But like anything, you're building a relationship up with your kids. Now, Harry Potter, if you look at it from one side, was really rather nasty. Wizards fighting other people, turning people into rats and mice and rabbits and goodness knows what else. I mean, it is a magical fantasy world, but kids can deal with that. It's when it comes into the reality of life that we have to we've got to take them along that journey. We've got to help them and be completely open to their thoughts and their discussions. Because remember, it's not your journey, it's their journey. And the bottom line here, CK, is we really want young people to get the best out of the internet as possible and not be frightened of it. To experiment in a safe way, in a safe arena. And frankly, no matter what any other expert says out there, I've never seen this done better than through parents. Have you seen it done by, cybersecurity experts and maybe even teachers sometimes? I actually really do feel that unless the child has got a very strong bond with the teacher, like they've got with their parent, they're never really going to trust them to the extent that we need them to trust them in this particular arena. I've said a lot, CK, and you've been nodding along and smiling. So what are your thoughts? Have we touched some nerves here? Are we hitting the problem?
Neville, I think first thing that all school must do is implement a good cybersecurity solution, maybe a proxy solution, maybe a VPN, I don't know. But whatever I've seen is they don't have anything of this sort, and they are relying on public platforms. So public platforms are not secure enough. So I think that is one thing that the schools must do. And I think as a parent, that is the first level of security that I expect from schools to provide. Second is preparing the child. But it's very tough because we don't know where to start and where to finish. And we end up actually scaring the child. So I would like to ask you exactly, if you have done this before, I'm sure you have, what is the best method to inculcate resilience with regard to cybersecurity in our children? And that is my, because I have lack of understanding, that's why I'm asking this from you.
No, it's a great question, CK. And like anything else, every child's different. But I'd like to go back to the point you made. And this is about, we make an expectation that the technology is secure. And what we need to be saying to all of these people in education, certainly all these people that are creating these child-friendly networks, that's what we expect as a minimum from you. So that's one thing that, as I say, I make an assumption that it's there, but you're quite right. Very rarely is there. They'll create a Facebook page. There's no security around that at all. Most people can get in quite easily, as you saw last week when your business page had been infiltrated by a hacker that wanted to get in. And you've also gone through the process of trying to prove to Facebook that you really are a nice person and it was you all along, but someone else has stolen your identity. You know, they've actually come in through your front door. They've sat down at your dining table. They've had breakfast. They've stayed through dinner and expected tea. That's what we're dealing with here. This is someone you don't even know, maybe don't even like. You probably don't like them if they're going to barge in. And that's the issue we've nearly got to be preparing for. But like anything else, CK, you asked a really good question about how do we build this resilience? Where does it come from? Well, how do we build confidence? And these inner skills, soft skills, as a lot of people call them, are really only built through doing things on a regular basis. So this is where I'm saying about having that regular conversation with your child, but not scaring them. Some children actually need to be scared, but only you're going to know that with your child. You know, I used to love the Dracula films on TV. You know, there is nothing scary in the 1960 than a black and white, you know, you can hear the music in the background, dun, dun, dun. And there I am, peeking through my fingers at the TV, you know, maybe I should be watching this, maybe I shouldn't be watching it. My parents are not around, and that's the issue. My parents are not around, so I was doing things I shouldn't be doing. And that's what's going to happen. Now, it didn't affect me that much. I might have had a few sleepless nights and had some interesting dreams, but the reality of life, it didn't really affect me that much. But I asked the question, why didn't it affect me that much? Because I knew it wasn't real in the real sense of the word. It was almost like fake news. It was a film. It never really happened, and even if it happened, it was only in Transylvania. And that was it. You know, and it's only when directors have got a bit more lavish over the years, and now you have Count Alucard, and you even have Count Duckula, you know, so even Disney have made fun out of something that can be quite scary. And I think that's the issue. We need to engage with our kids. And interesting thing is, by engaging more with our kids, we actually find out who the hell we are, who we really are, what makes us tick. Do we care? Do we make time for our children, or do our children fit into the time in the calendar? You know, lunch times, just before they go to sleep. So, answering your question, I hope, has sort of scratched the surface and maybe hit a few nerves. And the other thing is, no one is the best parent in the world. We all aim to be. But like anything else, your style of parenting for your kids may not be the same style of parenting that other children have or need. So this is about, you can read lots of books. Dr. Spock had many, many books about it. You know, Dr. Zeus came along a little bit later and did The Cat in the Hat and all those types of books. And again, this is about teaching children how to be resilient in that they've got to experiment. I'll give you one example, CK. How does a child become resilient when they're learning to walk? I mean, you probably can't. I can't remember when I was learning to walk, but you can remember when your kids were learning to walk. You know, did they fall over and cry?
Well, I think it's by falling. I think that's the short answer. Yep.
But they fell over, and sometimes they hollered. And it didn't happen overnight either. You know, we're not going to make them cyber secure or, you know, brilliant people overnight. This takes some time. You know, typically to learn how to walk and feel confident walking, here's the word, confident, and be resilient when you, oh, no, didn't quite learn that well enough and I've toppled over, you know. And you could just imagine a baby toddling from side to side. And then that child gets really good at it and they start dancing. And we see it a lot on TikTok, and we see it on the GIFs that are out there. You know, you see some wonderful pictures of a toddler, you know, or a young child, probably somewhere about a year old. And there's one, do it like a boss, I think. And you've got this baby in nappies just sort of strutting down like the Godfather, you know? I mean, it's great fun to watch. But the point is that child's become resilient, super confident. Doesn't mean to say they're not going to fall over, though. But the thing is, when they fall over, what happens next? When your child gets themselves into a bit of trouble, what you want them to do, because they're experimenting, is to come to you and just say, what do you think about this? How do I get out of that? And that's building that relationship. So there's no easy way to do this. It's simple. The solution's simple, but there's no quick fix. You've got to build that relationship up with your child and create a network of security, because it's not just you and one of your children. It's your whole family. And it's your family network and your extended friends, and then that might extend to school. Hope that helps. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Neville. In fact, what has happened is that some of these platforms have identified this issue, and that is why the children are not allowed to create their email addresses. So usually what happens is, to access the school ERP solutions, you need an email address. And usually we have experimented with this, and I'm sure it's a common knowledge, everybody knows that it's the parent email ID that they are using. So we are actually creating email IDs for them with their name, but we are actually so that is one of the method. You know, we create our own email ID with their name. Or the other method is, especially in Google, you can create a family, and then you can create a young children email ID, which are less than 16 years of age. So once that is done, I mean, either of the options, if you have exercised, then you know exactly what they are doing with their system, because Google is capturing everything and recording it, and you can actually go and see what websites they have visited and all that. But I think the question still remains that how do we inculcate resilience with regard to cybersecurity. I think you are absolutely right. I understood what you're trying to tell me. That is that you have to spend time with them, tell them risks of any cyberbullying or cybersecurity related issue. And it's not a one-day job. You have to continuously keep doing it till the time they become resilient.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the interesting thing is when you get to the being a teenager, things, again, they change. You know, your body starts changing, your self-awareness starts changing, and again, your parents have to go with the flow. You know, I remember we had three in the sort of teen arena, and two that were quite a bit older, ready to go to university. Now, that's a huge gap. When they're all quite young, you know, maybe under 11, there's not so much of a gap. But in that teenage years, there's a huge gap. And then as they come out of those teenage years, maybe go to university, graduate, get a job, then the gap narrows again. So we've got this sort of concertina type of effect. Maybe you might call it a traffic jam, I suppose, in some respects, if you've ever been stuck in it, because you are stuck in it for a little while. But we do know that in the teenage years, we have a lot of self-harm. We have a lot of self-abuse. We have a lot of bullying, cyberbullying, not by people you don't know, but by people you do know. So the key here is this isn't just going to come from the nasty part of society that you can't see, because they just do it digitally and they never see you on the screen, and they're very clever and very good at it. That's one sect. But there's another thing about human behavior. I don't remember being called a bully at school. I don't think I was the bullying type. in some respects, but there's a bullying all of us. And you can be nasty to somebody just in a few words that you say to them. Now, that can be on a text, or it could be face to face. And what we need to be doing is building that resilience up too. You know, what do you really mean? You know, well, that's a bit nasty. I'm not your friend anymore. You know, I don't want to be your friend. And we hear that, don't we? I mean, you're nodding away there, and you know that your children, because they're nowhere near teenage years, do say that. You're not my friend. I don't like you. You know? And so we deal with that on a regular basis. And I suppose in some respects, that's a form of building resilience. It may not be the right resilience, but you, as a parent, again, if you have the conversation, you can build that discussion into a bigger issue and make it so that these future of your bloodline, of the country, of the economy, of the world, is actually going to grow up being good human beings, being respectful, being nice to other people, and doing the right thing. So this is the big subject, huge subject. And it all forms around that simple little word, resilience. It's not that simple. Resilience. 4 syllables, you know? And it's difficult to do. I have to be honest with you. It's the thought process is simple, but I'm not saying it's easy to do. It is quite difficult to do, because the other thing is what you're doing here is you're reacting to an issue, to a context. And how you react to that could be different depending on the context. So this is almost like building your own little scrapbook of, if this happens, I do that. If this other thing happens, well, I don't do that because that's just going to not be good. I'm going to do something else. And the interesting thing is, the 5 inches between our ears is more than capable of dealing with all of it. But it all comes down to being resilient, experimenting, seeing what's right and wrong for your own personal understanding. And as I say, it's just like learning how to walk. We fell over far more times than we actually put one foot in front of the other. And now we've just got to learn to do that again. But this time, we've got someone who can really help. And that is mum and dad. And that's the bottom line here. And you build from mum and dad, and you build into the family, and you build into your little private network, which could be your school friends, your teachers, and ultimately it's their family. So you can see how big this can go and how easy it can be done. This process is simple, but it's just hard to do it.
Naval, I think this is a very remarkable discussion we had today. I think 2 keywords that I learned. One is building confidence, which is also reducing the bully nature in your child, and also developing resilience and confidence. So I think this is something which will help all parents to fight the risk of cyber kids or cybersecurity among kids. So, Naval, thank you so much for finding time this morning and coming over to our channel and talking to us.
My pleasure, CK. And the point is, just go and enjoy yourself. You know, give your kids some freedom. Don't put a noose around their neck. But give them some checks and balances so that when they become adults, they're far more secure in their own skin. I mean, that's fundamentally what we want to be. We don't want insecure people. Insecure people basically means they're never going to do anything.
Thank you very much, Naval. I think these are quite good advices that you have given us today. But we will catch up with you tomorrow again with something more interesting.
Good to see you, CK. Enjoy, everybody.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today, we have an eminent historian, Mrs. Binda Paranjpe, who is the head of the Department of Banaras Hindu University. And today, also, we'll be discussing about Great King of India. And welcome to the show, Bindaji. How are you today?
Very nice.
Okay, Bindaji, as you know,
I
we had
feel
been discussing.
encouraged talking to.
Yes, it's so wonderful to talk to you every time and listen about these great personalities of Indian country of India. So today, as you know, that we are discussing Chalukya, and today also we yet another Badami Chalukya king, Vikramaditya II, who ruled approximately 40 years. And inscription shows that he was a great general. Even before his coronation, he had conducted a successful military campaign against Pallavas of Kanchipuram. So we would like to hear from Bindaji about this great king.
To begin with, let me make a small correction that
Yes.
the longer period of rule was of Vikramaditya's father. Vikramaditya didn't get, as a king,
Okay.
he didn't get a long time. He ruled almost for about 11 years as an independent king. But yes, he had a long span of career because he started administrative responsibilities, discharging the administrative responsibilities even as a prince. And then for some time, he was also ruling as a joint ruler along with his father. So in that sense, we can say that he had a long span of career. But as you know, the 8th century.
Okay.
Now, for India, and especially for northern part of India, this period is extremely crucial because this was the time when Arabs had started advancing militarily towards India. So, on that backdrop, then we would see the importance of the career of this king.
Yes, and
How would you like to know about him?
Yes, I would like to know the impact of his administration, and I also I just read a few aspect of his era, and I know that Lokeshwara temple and Lokeshwara temple constructed during his era was a fascinating and a centerpiece of UNESCO World Heritage. So I would like to know more about this great king. I think many people may not be knowing the contribution of Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II.
Yeah. So, this is, we are doing it in a series of lectures about the great kings of ancient India. And we have already spoken about Pulakeshin II. He was a mighty ruler of this dynasty, the dynasty of Badami Chalukyas, as they're called. And he was a contemporary of another great monarch of India from northern side of India, that was Harshavardhan. So when we are talking about Vikramaditya II, we have to remember that this is on the backdrop of the great military, administrative, and cultural achievements of Pulakeshin II, who ruled almost 90 years before this king. Interestingly, we can see that there was uh, a period of little less influence of the Badami Chalukyas because the Pallavas had become very powerful. In fact, probably the death of Pulakeshin is also attributed to the war against the Pallavas. So that runs in the family, that the most natural enemy of the Badami Chalukyas were the Pallavas. And Vikramaditya, he continued with wars against Pallavas, and in a way, that defeat at the hands of Pallavas was avenged by Vikramaditya II. He fought against the Pallavas in his career thrice. Once when his father was ruling, but the main military campaign was led by Vikramaditya. Second, when he was the king, coronated king of the Badami Chalukyan throne. And the third time, it was his son, Kirtivarman II, who fought on behalf of the main ruling king, that is Vikramaditya II. The point to be noted here is that geographically speaking, the entire region of South India came under the influence of the Chalukyas of Badami during the time of Vikramaditya II. Because these three wars against the Pallavas, they were decisive wars. And after that, Pallavas really could not regain their power. And simultaneously, the other small kingdoms, the then small kingdoms, of course, subsequently those kingdoms also became the mighty kingdoms, but the Pandyas, the Keralas, the Kalabras, the Cholas were also defeated by Vikramaditya II. So if you see that the whole peninsular India came under the influence of the Badami Chalukyas. Now, in that sense, we can call him a great empire builder. But more, I would like to draw attention with the event that I was mentioning right in the beginning, that this was the time when North India was threatened, and especially the northwestern part of India, right up to the middle part of Gujarat, with the Arab invasion. And they also invaded a part that was uh, a principality under the Badami Chalukyas, the latter prant of Gujarat that was adjacent to the coastal districts of Maharashtra. The ruler there was sometimes called as a governor or maybe a subordinate, but belonging to the Chalukyan family line. He was also called Pulkeshin. And of course, he's the one who actually fought against the Arabs. But why I'm mentioning it is, where do the role of Vikramaditya II comes? This ruler of Lat Gujarat, and also the other feudatory of the Vikramaditya II, Danti Durga, who later on became the independent ruler of the Rashtrakutas, they fought against the Arabs. And Vikramaditya recognized their contribution towards stopping the Arab invasion from coming to the southern part of India, to the Deccan. And then he conferred a lot of respectful titles upon these subordinates and encouraged them and acknowledged their contribution. So I think if you see what was happening in the North India, this ruler, the southern ruler, the ruler of the Badami Chalukyas, seemed to be very, very conscious about protecting his boundaries, and that too from the Arab invasion. That time the Arabs were called Tajiks. And on the other hand, what we should see is that on the coastal region, the Arab traders were welcomed. They were there and they were trading with the Indian southern part also, and main trade link between the Central Asian regions and far off regions of Europe also. So I think Vikramaditya II's this crucial time at which he was ruling needs to be contextualized with the Arab invasion.
Yeah, so when we are talking about Pulkeshan, he was again was a good administrator. He make friends by marriage alliances. A part of this, he also he was also a good administrator, as I told you, and he also fought many war, and he was undefeated till last when he died with Pallavas conflict. But then if we see Vikramaditya Badami Chalukya King Vikramaditya second era, I think he is more of raging war and protecting the boundaries of his empire. So did he got really to rule his empire, give administration, and give happy life to his people at that point of time?
Uh, one very great epigraphist and ancient historian, Dr. K.V. Ramesh, has thoroughly analyzed the inscriptions of the Badami Chalukyas, and based on that, he has reconstructed history of the Chalukyas, of Vatapi as he chooses to call it. The modern name is Badami. He has shown that Vikramaditya Dvitiya's rule, except for his wars against the Pallavas, was a peaceful rule. And during this time of peace, he put all his resources and energy and administrative skills in undertaking lot of construction activities. The temples were constructed. We also have got some epigraphic evidence about the tanks, obviously for irrigation and perennial water supply to people. He also encouraged education, which in those days was more in the hands of the Vedic learners. So he encouraged them by giving large scale donations, establishing them, and gave them land donations so that they can um, be self supportive and conduct the activity of imparting Vedic knowledge. He also seemed to have encouraged the Jain scholars. Now, this is very significant because the Jains were very prominent in southern part of Karnataka region, and he supported them. We have got evidences that he gave donations to the Jain temples. He patronized the Jain scholars. He recognized their importance by way of making arrangements for perpetual endowment, for feeding and rest houses which are attached to the Jain temple. So it is not just at the stray occurrence of a king visiting a place and making some donation. It was a very thoughtful plan of supporting Jainism also, equally the way the Vedic tradition, the Vaishnava and Jain traditions were supported.
So when we talk about the peaceful era of Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II, so, and you also mentioned that he had a great ties with Arabs, though Arab invaded and they defeated with the help of Rashtrakuta also fought at that point of time to stop Arabs. So apart of this, what were the economic condition in South India, and are the culture and the trade ties were there with other countries?
We don't have any direct reference about it in the time of Vikramaditya II, but definitely this was a time when India had good trade relations with Southeast Asia. It had just started, it was the beginning phase of it. And basically, all the wealth that we are talking about, the Pallavas, and that wealth that came to the Badami Chalukyas because of the invasion of the Pallava country, a major part of it was coming because of the trade with Southeast Asia. So in that sense, indirectly, the kingdom of Vatapi was getting benefit of that trade. But other than that, I think good amount of provision was done for encouraging agriculture. As I said, we have reference to making of tanks. We also have got references about the lands being donated to temples and to the priests. Usually what happens that when such land donations are made and people start plowing and cultivating that land on behalf of the temple or on behalf of those priests who got donations, the surrounding land also starts coming under the plow. Now, the donations which are made, they are rent free. The state is not getting income out of it. But then why does the state encourage this? Because that encouragement that the other agriculturists are getting for bringing more and more land under cultivation, and then the state gets more revenue by that. So I think Vikramaditya also continued with this policy, and I'm sure he must have encouraged a lot of new lands to be brought under plow, because we have the geographical locations. If we see, they are near the rivers, they are near the water streams, they are at the foothills of the uh, regions of Western Ghats. So I think this shows planning on part of the king to make sure that the state keeps getting good revenues.
So I can safely say that Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya re-established a strong empire by defeating Pallavas. Now,
Yes.
though what I feel is condition of women in most of these great empires were good. But what you can say about condition of women during uh, uh, Badami Chalukya Vikramaditya II's era?
As it goes, that generally we don't see a very high position of women. But if we talk about the royal house, it definitely encouraged women to participate in administration. Um, in our earlier talk, we gave reference to the participation of queens in the administration in the rule of Kalyani Chalukyas, which is later than Badami Chalukyas. I think the tradition was already there in the Badami Chalukyas, and we have reference to that the queen of Vikramaditya II also participated in the administration, number one. Number two, what we can see is that he had two queens who were sisters from the same family. That was the family of the Hayayas, uh, very ancient lineage family. And both of them, they constructed very important, very impressive temples, made donations to those temples so that the temple maintenance will not be a problem, and also gave donations for the learned priests, Brahmins who would come and visit those temples. Apart from that, they also specially paid attention to the craftsmen. Now, this is something which is not so common. We get less reference to the craftsmen being encouraged, honored. They were honored by giving them special titles, like one of the architects of temple by Trailokya Mahadevi. He was called Tribhuvanachari. Like, he was the best in the world in his uh, architect skills. They were given exemptions from the taxes. So this is something which is very unique. And if the queens are doing it, that means they must be having certain say in the administration, and their word was respected by the king. So in that sense, if we not talk about the general conditions of the general women, like, always anywhere in the world, we can say that women cannot be a homogeneous category. So different women from different class and different sections of society, they have different kinds of rights. But certainly this, in the royal house at least, these women, the queens, they had a very important positions to be held, and their word was respected. But other than that, something very important that I want to mention here when we are talking about these queens and the donations that they made to the temple. The Trailokya Mahadevi, who was who was the elder sister amongst the two who were married to the same king, she made arrangements that certain measures of grains would be given to the temple uh, every season, because that was required for the temple feasts, maybe, or the regular offerings to the god in the temple. But she mentions that it should not be made compulsory on the people.
Okay.
So, this very thought that not being exploitative,
Right.
not using any brute force.
Right.
I think this is possible when they must have taken people in confidence, and with their cooperation, such kind of pronouncement was made. And I thought that this is something very unique, because otherwise in the inscriptions, what we get is that this much of land was given in donation, or this much of grain was announced to be given to the temple. This is very common. In most of the inscriptions, we get these kinds of details. But making it further clear that this should not be by oppression. People should not feel oppressed with it. They should not feel it compulsory. It should come more as a voluntary contribution. The very thought of it, I'm not vouching for it, whether in practice always it happened like that, but at least the ideal of the kings to take people in confidence, to do the act with their cooperation, it's I think very interesting. Another unique feature which I felt is not so common with other kings, and especially if we are talking about the Chalukyas and the Pallavas and the tension and the military campaigns that went amongst them. uh, uh, Pulakeshin II had a defeat at the hands of probably Narasimhavarman first, the Pallava king. He takes a proud title, Vatapi Kond, means the destroyer or the defeater of Vatapi. Vatapi is the capital city of the Chalukyas. But we also have description about the damage that was caused due to annexation of Vatapi by the Pallava king. On the other hand, when we see that Vikramaditya II entered the capital city of the Pallavas, that is Kanchi, he did not cause any damage to the city. In fact, it is very clearly written in the inscriptions that he paid respect to the learned Brahmins, and he gave generous gifts to the people who are needy, poor, people who did not have strength to support themselves. Very clearly, it has been written that when he entered the city, he did not cause any damage to the city. So, on the backdrop of what Pallavas had done, if we say that Vikramaditya II was avenging that defeat, but his way of avenging that defeat was more like a true warrior. You fought a war, you won the war, you forced the king to leave his kingdom, but when you enter his capital city, you respect the people because your rivalry is not with the people.
Right.
So he tried to gain confidence of the people. Second very important thing that he did is that, and this description is very graphic. I think more and more people should know about it, because on one side we have got lot of texts. They tell you about the ideals of the kings, the principles on which the polity should run. And here we have got more or less a reliable evidence to show that the kings were following it in ancient times. So the temple wealth by way of precious ornaments, gold that was offered to the god, that was recorded. Probably to see how much of wealth possession this temple has. The temple in the Kanchi itself, Rajasimheswar temple, where Vikramaditya II entered the city and saw the temple. The recording was made, and he returned all that wealth to the same temple. He did not carry it along.
Okay. So
So
that's a great gesture, actually. And
so
I would,
unique. I mean, I
yes,
think these kinds of references are not very common.
right,
What he
right,
took away was more the royal emblems and insignia. Like we have got a reference to a particular kind of musical instrument, kotumukh, some string instrument maybe. Maybe that was very special to the royal court. That was taken away. The banner, which was the banner of the Pallavas, the Khatwang was shown on that, that was taken. So all that was a symbol of the power of the Pallavas was taken, but the wealth was kept back where it belonged to. And not only once, we have got more evidence also of that, that the other temples were also equally respected by the king. And um, something that was so common in ancient India, that the war loot will be there. And in that,
right.
the temples were also not spared. But here we have got a king who respected the feelings of the people. respect to the same god.
Yeah, I also heard that after the war, he also treated well the Pallava king. He's not like insulted him or something like that. He also was very kind of just in his attitude. So I think
That is
Badami
what is
Chalukya.
also said. But this is common. I mean, most of
Hmm.
the ancient kings, if a king is, uh, how to say, uh, accepts the victory of the other king, then no harm was caused. So, in that sense, yes, he followed the ancient rule of polity.
So I think there's no doubt that Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II was one of the greatest king of India. And people should read about him and the way he conquered, the way he re-established Chalukya dynasty, the way he was carrying a king of his era. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, madam, and know about this great king. We'll be discussing about our other another great king in next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas, Neville.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas to you, CK, and everybody out there. National Farmers Day. Have you got enough milk?
We got milk, but I think there's a lot to be done. We have to treat farmers as business people. There are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs who are waiting to leverage this opportunity.
Absolutely. So it's National Farmers Day, so go talk to a farmer. You never know what you can help them with.
And this discussion is coming up right now.
Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, friends. And we know we're just 2 days away from the big day, the magical day. And today is also the Farmers' Day celebration in India. And to discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, 2 days away from the magical day. And actually, Farmers' Day is a magical day because, frankly, without food, which comes from mostly from the land, you and I would starve. So this is a really important day in many respects, and I think what we need to do is to just bring people up to speed of how farming has changed over the years. Because I remember as a child, going to farms. My parents used to have friends who were farmers, and we'd go on a farm and we would do everything. We'd milk the cows, we'd, play around with all the sheep and just generally have a lot of fun. But a farmer's life is pretty tough, in many respects. So, what's it like in India for a farmer these days?
So, Naval, today is a Farmers' Day, and we are giving respects to the people who are involved in this trade of doing farming. And I understand that it's not an easy job. It requires sort of physical labor, and also the knowledge of weather pattern, and also the knowledge of soil, nutrition, and also the knowledge of what crop will grow at in what season and what they have to do. So I think it's very scientific. And many times when we eat food, we don't think about what has gone into producing that food. So I think today's day is very very relevant for India. And as you rightly pointed out, farming has come a long way. It's mostly mechanized. And then specifically with regard to India, there are two predominant farming seasons. And why these seasons are there? Because the pattern in India are uh, very clearly for weather, which drives the whole landscape and the farming practices. Because if it rains so heavy during monsoon,
there is nothing that can grow. So that is a time for keeping the field ready for the next phase of farming. So there is one season which happened, we just finished in November. The cultivation happened in November, and then the godowns are filled with food material across the country. And the next season will come just before the summer sets in. So there are very clearly two distinct uh, seasons, farming seasons, which drives almost 90 to 95% of the farm produce. So farmers in India have two seasons where they can make money. I will just try to bring a little bit of business around it. That means they have two marketplaces twice a year, and they have to do a lot of hard work again twice a year. So it's not something that we do it in our kitchen garden. That hey, if you want to grow some herb in my kitchen garden, I don't have to follow any weather pattern. But when it comes to the serious farming, which talks about many metric tons of produce, then you need to really follow the weather pattern. And that is why farming is a very big science, which people like us who have never done farming, including myself, don't really appreciate and respect those people who are involved in this trade. So I think that is one aspect of the farming which I feel that we should respect the farmer, and that is why we have Farmers Day celebrated today. Second thing is, in India, there are a lot of cooperatives which are provided, and these are non-government initiatives. The business people, they come together and help create different kinds of facilities for farming people. So they provide hospitals for their animals. They provide advisory on different soil samples. They provide how to get these medicines back in their fields. And these are all cooperative movements where the farmers become member of different cooperatives, and they actually leverage certain activities which these cooperatives are bringing to them, and using them make their cultivation and produce the farming produce, and then the cooperatives then help them sell it also further. So it's a complete ecosystem which is available in India, which is being leveraged. And there are things like if the animal dies, then how to dispose of the remains. All that is part of all these activities, so that the work happens smoothly and there are no hardships provided to the farmers when they are doing working really in the field. So I think there is a complete ecosystem around it in India.
Oh, there's definitely a complete ecosystem, and thanks for taking us through rather a rapid condensation of what goes on in the farming industry in India. And as you mentioned, cooperatives. As you well know, I use the word collaboration. Cooperatives are a collaboration, and they're a good collaboration. And a lot of businesses outside of the farming industry could actually help those cooperatives really succeed. Um, Anyone in the SaaS arena, software as a service, for instance, can join the fray, because guess what? Most farmers, they don't specialize in software. They don't specialize in this type of service. They're really good at doing what they are. So you could join these cooperatives, and we encourage you to go and do it. Go and talk to them. See what you can offer them from your world, because that's how we're all going to grow. Excuse the pun. But anyway, let's just think about one specific area: AI, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, or automated process. Because farming is one of those arenas that's had a lot of automation come in probably quicker than quite a lot of other industries. For instance, just the process of milking cows today, it's not manual. I remember as a child, about 5 or 6 year old, and I'm sat on a stall, I'm milking a cow, you know, pulling udders. It was only a small farm, and they hadn't gone into automation. But it's how we learnt what about husbandry of the farming arena, how animals are important to our future. But today, there isn't a milking farm in the world that hasn't got automation. You physically, you go in and you see it's almost like a Ford production line. If you imagine the Model T Ford being built all those years ago on a production line, well, milk is a production line. The cow comes in, the machinery goes on its udders, and it pulls out a certain amount of milk dependent upon the cow. What I learned many years ago was that each cow doesn't produce the same amount of milk. So some cows actually are on different settings. And the farmer knows all this. And today, they don't even have to know it, because each cow is microchipped, and the microchip sets off, okay, I've now got Maisie the cow, and Maisie the cow has come into my stall, and Maisie, we're going to take exactly 4.5 pints from Maisie because she's on that particular cycle. So it's far more automated than people realize. And I wonder how many of our entrepreneurs out there have even thought about the processes that go on in this heavily automated arena. What do you think?
I think India as a country has a huge potential for getting these technologies in. Um, and there are other areas also related to farming. There is one area which is related to fresh water conservation. So India has a huge population and huge landmass. At the same time, it does not have a great freshwater source. We have few rivers. We have built a lot of dams. We try to, get the water, fresh water from these rivers, which are predominantly coming from the Himalayas. But it is not sufficient. It is not sufficient. We have built channels all over the place, but that are not sufficient. So we are getting new technology on water conservation and drip irrigation from Israel, because Israel, they are the expert world leader in this area. So we're getting a lot of support from them. Similarly, in the area of AI and merging that with mobility, I think that will be a killer solution for India, because at a lower cost, a farmer will be able to use an app to control how much the drip irrigation he has to do in what section of the field, and also how much nutrients are required in the soil of a particular section of his field, so that his resources can be utilized appropriately. He does not water where there's enough moisture in the soil and look at the other area of the field. And similarly, he does not over fertilize the land where the fertilization is not required. So these are the things which a country like India would need, and I'm sure there are a lot of work happening by the Indian entrepreneurs in this area. I think the challenge we get right now is getting the sensors at a lower cost, because right now, uh, most of the sensors are manufactured out of China. Those are not very real good quality. The real good quality are being manufactured by Germany, but they are very expensive and they are far away from the reach of a common man. So I think that is where the challenge is. The software, automation, AI, dashboards are already there. I know personally in my ecosystem, there are at least 10 to 15 companies, startups, and SMEs having these systems. The challenge they face is getting these sensors so that they can supply these to different sensors to farmers uh, at a lower cost.
Yeah, as you say, we're really moved into technology in the farming industry, and I've got a couple of projects going on with a drone company where I'm a non-exec, and we're doing a lot of aerial mapping. You mentioned water. Water is a huge issue with regards to farming. In India, in monsoon, you've got too much of it, and in many parts of the year, you've got none of it at all. So it's that conservation issue, and it's not just having the right crop in the right place, but it's also finding out where the water sources are. And as I say, we've got two big projects going on currently using drones, because you can get to pretty inaccessible parts of your land by using a drone. If you've got a really good pilot, there's another issue. There aren't many good drone pilots out there, so calling all drone pilots, let us know who you are. You've got that issue of capturing a lot of data very quickly and creating something that someone else can then use. Because in the company that I'm helping, they haven't got water specialists. They're a drone company. They're very good at what they do. They map terrains. They do a 3D modeling, and they're using sensors. And as you say, sensors are really the way to go now. We use sensors all over the place, and it's not just for farming, but for COVID, for instance. We're now taking temperatures from a whole area using one little sensor in a drone. It covers a huge amount of, imagine a cylinder being formed around a drone. It's not quite a cylinder because it's almost like a cone. So you have a drone here, and in a conal area, you're actually measuring the temperature, which is absolutely fascinating. The amount of capability that we've built into all of these very small sensors is just phenomenal. But, we need to move on. And the key thing is there's lots of businesses out there, hopefully, are thinking, well, perhaps I need to be talking to farmers, perhaps I need to be, finding out what their problems are, because we've got some solutions that we can't use anywhere else. And maybe they've got a problem. But like anything else, CK, there's no point in creating a great solution if you haven't got a problem. I remember many years ago, there's a program on the TV called Dragon's Den in the UK. It's got various different names around the world. But fundamentally, what you have is 4 or 5 money people, that are sat in front of you and you're pitching to them. And it's all televised. So it's done for entertainment, really. It's not the sort of place that I would suggest people go into, because it's the entertainment factor that they're after, not whether or not you've got a good entrepreneurial product. But I remember one particular product was a beach bag. And when you got to the beach, it rolled out as a towel. And I'll never forget what one entrepreneur said, one of the dragons said. They said, so what you've invented is a beach towel in a beach bag. And they said, yes, fundamentally, that's what we've done. He said, well, I've got a beach bag and I've got lots of different beach towels. So why would I buy yours? Which means when I roll out my beach bag, I haven't got a beach bag. So if I want to go, somewhere else and I want to take my beach bag with me, I've got to take my towel. My simple point here is, don't create a solution until you find a problem. If there's a big problem in the world, and believe you me, there's lots of problems in farming that they'd love to solve, but they're thinking as farmers, they're thinking of what they've currently done. And that's, don't get me wrong, they're probably quite well advanced. So they're thinking in an advanced way, but they're perhaps not thinking the way you think in your industry. I've spent a lot of my career working in oil and gas, and you wouldn't be surprised, but many people are surprised about what we as a management team would look at elsewhere and bring it into the oil industry, because we'd never seen it before. Some of the most simplest things in different industries that they take for granted, that I would sit there and look at it and go, wow, we could do this and this and this where we are, which was a real leap of faith in our industry. But for them, it was common sense. So the message, I think, today is, being National Farmers Day, think about what you could do for the farming industry. but find out what their problems are first. And how do you do that? Have a conversation with a farmer or someone that works in the sector and ask them, what are your problems?
So, Naval, I think you made a fantastic point of identifying what is the problem, and I think the entrepreneurs need a problem to solve. I think that is where the entrepreneurship is, based at. So, there is another issue with the farmers in India specifically, is that they have to now take the next leap. It's not only the technology available to them at a very, very lower cost, they also need to find advanced ways to sell their produce. So there is a requirement for, some sort of e-market, so that they can sell their produce directly from their farm, and they don't have to carry the truckload of produce into some central location and then try to sell their produce on in an exchange. So the exchange can be brought as part of their uh, portal, which will help them find out soil condition, water condition, health of the plant, weather pattern, and also the e-market. So I think there is a whole lot of integration possible uh, for the benefit of Indian farmers, and that has not yet happened. I think the field is quite open. Uh, there are a lot of ideas which a lot of entrepreneurs can leverage and provide to this segment. And as you rightly pointed out, Naval, and I'm very thankful to you for saying that we have to treat farmer as a businessman, because we have not treated them as a businessman so far. So we talk about their problem, but nobody goes and talk to them. So I think the first step would be to go and find out what they need. I think at this juncture we can end our discussion. There are many things to discuss, but I think we will celebrate Farmers Day, and after 2 days there is going to be Christmas, the magical day. So I wish you once again a very happy Christmas.
A very happy Christmas to you. And don't forget, farmers are real people. Go and talk to them. You've probably got something that can really help them, but only if you have the conversation. And they're not going to come to you because they don't know you. They don't even know what you do. But at least you've got the advantage. You know what they do. Or do you? We'll see. It's great talking with you, CK. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, Naval, and we will catch up tomorrow again. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this series we will be discussing about great rishis of India, as we had been discussing from last weeks. So stick around to this episode till the end, and I'll be meeting you after a break. Let's listen what our sponsor says about it.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine An expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back, and today in this series we are discussing about one of the greatest rishi of India. And what can I tell about him? He is a king who became a great sage. Yes, I am talking about Rishi Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra was not a Brahmin by birth and was a great warrior. He was a Kshatriya king named Kaushika, and as he was descendant of sage Kusha, Vishwamitra competently ruled the kingdom of his kingdom for many years, and before he finally gave up everything and went on to become a saint. Now, I have not seen any king in the history who has left his kingdom everything and became a king, became a sage. I mean. You may say that that Ashoka the Great is one king who left being active king and also adopted Buddhism. But what I feel is that he never left his kingdom. He maintained his army. So in case if you have any name in your mind, you can comment on the comment box and let me know if you have any idea, any king who left willingly and became a saint, a king. Now, moving forward, Vishwamitra is one of the respected sage in ancient India. As per the Holy Puran, there have been only 24 rishis who have understood the Gayatri month, and it is believed that sage Vishwamitra is supposed to be the first one. Now, talking about the Gayatri month is regarded as the highest and most powerful Hindu prayer. Brahma Rishi Vishwamitra is said to have found the sacred Gayatri month. It is verses from the Sukta of Rig Veda, and the Gayatri is the name of Vedic meter in which the verses are composed. So anybody who has not very profound knowledge of literature, I think it will be very difficult to really compose and understand the Gayatri month. He is also credited as the author of majority of portion of Mandala 3 of Rig Vedas. Ramayana, as everybody knows, Vishwamitra is the preceptor of Lord Ram and his brother Lakshman. He gave his powers to all these brothers, knowledge of celestial weaponry, or we can say Dev Shastra, and trained them in advanced religion, taught them how to kill powerful demons like Tarka, Marich and Subahu. Moving forward, Vishwamitra is featured in many legends and different work of a Hindu religion. They mention Vishwamitra as one of the most powerful, most charismatic king as well as saint. It is said that Vishwamitra sage created parallel heaven known as Trishanku Swarga for King Trishanku. When the proud King Trishanku asked his guru Vashishta to send him to heaven in his own body, the guru responded that the body cannot ascend to heaven. Then King Trishanku asked Vashishta 100 sons to send him to heaven, and sons outraged that Trishanku came to them and refused, after the refusal of his father, and caused him to become a demon, or in Hindi we call Chandal, or untouchable. Trishanku was transformed into person with the body of ash, clothes in black, and wearing a iron jewelry. And when he went back to his kingdom, none of his subjects really recognized him, and he was driven out of the kingdom. So sad, right? But then he really came across sage Vishwamitra, who agreed to help him. Vishwamitra organized a great sacrifice ritual propitiating the devas, pleading that at least you accept this is a nice king. I would like to send him to heaven with the body. But no way devas responded, and Vishwamitra became very angry, and by using his yogic powers and other sacrifices and other rituals, he ordered Trishanku to go to heaven. And miracle to surprise to everybody, that Trishanku rise to heavens, and he kept flying in the sky until he reached to heaven, where he was pushed back by Indra. And by this whole incident, Vishwamitra really became very angry, and he said that if you can't provide Trishanku the heaven, I will create my own heaven, which will be known as Trishanku heaven. In fact, he also said that I will be creating another Brahma. And he had only completed the universe when the Brahaspati, who is the guru of Devtas, all gods, ordered him to stop. Trishanku, however, did not enjoy Trishanku Swarg. He remained fixed in the sky and was transformed into constellation. But in whole process of creation and the work of Vishwamitra, Indra got really frightened by his power, and he wanted to break his meditation. He wanted to curse him. So finally he sent Menaka to lure him and break his meditation. Menaka was born during the celestial churning of seas by Devtas and Demon, and was one of the most beautiful celestial fairy in the world, with quick intelligence, innate talent, but desired a family. You see, family is, everybody desires a family. It is ultimate goal in many spheres. So she successfully breaks the meditation of Vishwamitra. However, she fell in love with him, and a baby girl was born called Shakuntala. And later she grew in the sage Kanva's ashram, and Shakuntala, again fell in love with the king Dashwant. And with this union, the child was born by the name of Bharat, and it is said the Bharat name is being named by the King Bharat, who ruled a vast area of this subcontinent. Going forward, Vishwamitra had faced numerous difficulty along his journey towards becoming Brahma Rishi. He controlled his anger, he mellowed down, he freed himself from the greed, jealousy, anger, and other negative emotion. Once Brahma also became very happy about his gesture. And it is said that once one Brahmin tried his level best to bother him and make him angry, but Vishwamitra remained calm, smiling throughout, and thus proving that he had gained complete control over his emotion and passion. He continued his intense sadhana, his work, for many years, until one day Brahma really appeared before him, and Brahma was so pleased that he said that Vishwamitra, you are now Brahma Rishi, and this is a title which is being given by Brahma. who is the creator of the world. Now, Vishwamitra always wanted to become a Brahma Rishi, and he worked towards that. And he has like a competition kind of feeling with the Rishi Vashishta. And later on, Rishi Vashishta also appeared before him, and he said, Vishwamitra, indeed, you are a Brahma Rishi. So finally, he is declared as a Brahma Rishi, or we can say Raj Rishi. After facing thousands of massive problems, Vishwamitra was conferred the title of Brahma Rishi by both Brahma and Rishi Vashishta. However, Vishwamitra possesses a lot of compassion about many things of all being, and he is always willing to help everybody, and always willing to exhaust all his punya, all his work to gain, which he gained from his tapas, to help other people. Following the attainment of the status of Brahma Rishi, he was also known to use his tapas to help anybody, everybody, whenever it's required. And his contribution is really immense. He is equally, when we say his contribution, and I think it will be very important to name few of his sons, like Madhu Chanda, who composed the shloka of Rig Vedas, and other son Sushruta, he is considered as the father of plastic surgery. And there's countless contribution of Vishwamitra and his family in the development of mankind, in helping of the mankind. He is, or he was, a Brahma Rishi. He is a Raj Rishi, and also he has a place in the traditional Hindu astronomy 7-star, or we call Saptarishi. So I would like to end this episode by saying that we are immensely happy, and it is a proud to discuss about Rishi Maharishi Vishwamitra. We'll be meeting again with another Rishi in this episode. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have been joined by Mr. Swapnil Deshmukh, who is the CEO and founding managing director of Risarka Consulting. He joins us today from Mumbai. Welcome to the show, Swapnil.
Hi Chandra, glad to be here. It's interesting. Everything's locked down, and but everything's still working. Work is working, business is working. Interesting thing.
So, Swapnil, how does this lockdown is treating you so far? I know you are at home, but I'm sure you're working. You must have called a lot of people today. You must be speaking to your colleagues and employees. How does it look like in Mumbai?
Yeah, everybody's adjusted to the whole lockdown situation now. It's probably on Sunday and Monday it was a bit of a jerky reaction. Now people are getting used to the new system, new ways of communication, new ways of grocery shopping, new ways of staying at home and working while managing their kids or family at the same time. New ways of interaction between society members. So people have been developing new systems and processes, which is very interesting to see how they evolve.
So, in your place, in your society, are people following the government norms of maintaining social distance, or you have some challenges there?
More or less, they are. There have been some vigorous debates. So debates happen quite a bit on WhatsApp. but finally, whatever comes as a consensus or a majority view, uh, we have been seeing that people do follow. So, for example, someone wanted to go out for a walk. He is a diabetic patient and he has to exercise and he's used to walking. He doesn't have exercise equipment at home. The clubhouse is closed, and someone took a photograph of him at 6 o'clock or some 6:30 in the morning and said that well, walking is not fine. And then we had a discussion, and we discussed. I also told my Singapore experience where I lived through the SARS crisis, and Singapore has a citizen army, and it was they have to be people of the fighting age have to be in a fighting condition. So it was very interesting to see how people kept fit. They have a battalion number, so they're scheduled coming out at 2 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock at night to come and exercise and maintain social isolation. So we had a discussion, and then we kind of decided that okay, we know that certain people in the society are patients of a certain kind, and so at least other people will not go and walk around because of that. Otherwise, a broken window inspires everybody else to go further and say, if he's doing it, why can't I do it? And people don't know the reason. So it evolved through vigorous debate. So debates sometimes get heated, but I think it's really good. We are argumentative Indians after all, but it all works out in the end.
So it is working as per the government norms, and your
Yeah.
society has been able to create certain norms and certain procedures to follow those norms.
Yeah.
Very nice, Swapnil. I think you guys as a group has implemented that, the government norms and even the need of the hour to ensure that there is a social distancing between each one of us. Any suggestions you would like to make for people who are still not maintaining social distances?
I think in we did find in one instance, for example, a few teenagers were breaking, and uh, they're probably young. They have not seen such serious situations. Maybe not even 10% as serious situations in their life. This is once in a century kind of a situation. Uh, and then we had to counsel them. Their parents had to counsel them. Uh, it was uh, uh, the thing is, it's very difficult to understand the impact of this till you see something bad happening very close to you. And in our case also, in society building, couple of 100 meters from us, we found that there was a corona patient, and at that time the municipal corporation came and literally washed down the entire society in chemicals, and the gates were locked and nobody was allowed to get out or in of the gate. And I think that was the first time people actually realized that this problem is not so far. It's not in the news. It's right outside them. It's just a couple of neighbors down the line. And once I think that realization comes, I don't think it really goes away. You really understand. You probably escaped death by not shaking hands with that person today. You did not know that that person had come from a place where he or she got infected with corona. And I hope that is not what everybody has to go through, but sometimes stories of such nature uh, get you to kind of realize that seriousness. And we I think the entire society had that when we saw that society, we like people wearing those CDC, the Center of Disease Control kind of clothes, and with big sprays and cleaning everything, and wow, this is real. So
Yeah, I think this issue that has happened this time, uh, I'm sure is going to change the way the people work across the globe, not only in India.
yeah.
In fact, when you're talking about the patient in the next door society, there were two suspects in my block itself.
Oh, Oh my God.
But they were actually following the government norms of 14 days of home isolation. So they are fine. They have been tested negative, but they are continuing with that. And this day in our society happened yesterday. So I think in my opinion, it is not going to go away. I think it will change the world order. It will change the way we do things. And I'm sure you, as a senior executive, must be thinking what to do next, because I think you got your social responsibility, you got your commercial responsibility, you got employees with you. So I think the new change will emerge out of this issue. What is your opinion?
Uh, I think a lot of changes will happen, and it might look a little harsh at this time to use the word opportunity. But I think as an entrepreneur or as a businessman, uh, you cannot hesitate from thinking that way, uh, even in times of crisis, because end of the day, that kind of thinking helps you create services or products, ideas, which end of the day benefit somebody who is affected by this crisis. So while there is charity going on and all other kind of things going on, as a businessman, one should be as hawkish, though not take advantage of people's situations, weaknesses, but their situations are opportunities to, I think, help them and serve them. In this case, for example, many people are sometimes resistant to technology tools. They pick up the phone and talk, and which is why deep work doesn't happen. They keep on disturbing each other, and now it's just not possible to disturb, right? Because I cannot disturb my employee cannot disturb me, because both of us know that we have our family members at home. So using alternative tools other than phone calls is is paramount and kind of forced. But if one uses this as an opportunity to use those tools, it will help in the long term to have remote working, have distributed teams, where people have more patience in checking emails or WhatsApp messages or dealing with each other, which will end of the day help deeper work and productivity of people. So similarly, for example, as simple as gathering information. Previously, in our society, we have a society manager employed, and he would just pick up the phone and he would ask, "Oh, so how many people? So what is happening on individual members on the intercom?" Now he's himself not there, and we had the situation that we had to comply with the municipal corporation's instruction that we should know in every house who's staying and when they came and did they have international travel and stuff like that. And uh, I usually did not get involved in the management committee's activity, because for my personal reasons I've been a little away from that. And I saw they were facing this problem and they were discussing. And it took me 10 minutes to create a Google form and then send the link to everybody. And within 24 hours, the link spread, and every tenant and every owner's data was there. And now I had the secretary calling me, "Can you send me that data?" So it's an opportunity. It just keeps on happening. I think we should look at the next phase and keep thinking solutions as businessmen, as entrepreneurs, as innovators. That is our contribution to the society, and one should not think that only doing charity or only uh, the other things are our contribution. This is our contribution. When this all gets over, we are going to build things from whatever it's there, and we will have to create a new world. The old world will not exist, and we have to take that initiative, even though right now it looks a little hawkish and opportunistic thinking. It's okay.
Excellent, Swapnil. I think this is the third day today. We've got 18 more today. Basically 18 more days to go in the lockdown situation. So I'll catch up with you after a few days to check whether there has been change beyond what you have explained today, or what has happened in your place in Mumbai. Until then, I say bye to you for today, but I'll catch up with you in a few more days.
Yeah, nice talking to you. And thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. And in today's video, we will talk about one of the strongest feature of TopBrass platform, which allows our members to publish on social media. So basically with single click, you can update your branding material and marketing material on TopBrass, and with single click, you can publish it across the entire global social media which are following you or following the TopBrass. So in order to showcase that strong feature, I would like to log in, show you how to log in first. And once you log in, it will open up your dashboard, which will give you the feature of connecting your social media pages with TopBrass platform. So once you log in, you go to your dashboard, and then when you click on dashboard feature, you will be shown this additional tab on your screen which talks about blog to social. And here the first thing, that's a one-time activity where you connect your social media pages to your TopBrass, to your area of TopBrass. So click on network, and the screen will change, and it will show you all the popular all the popular social media platforms which are listed here. So one by one, connect using your profile IDs and your passwords, and once it is connected, that's it. It is set up for the lifetime till the time you're member of TopBrass. Now, in addition to these profile pages which belongs to you, TopBrass has 1 million followers in their own in its own social media pages. So those are also added to your content and your digital strategy. Once you've done that, you start building your branding material and uploading them in TopBrass. And with single click, you can publish the entire content into wherever you want to publish, whichever social media platform you want to publish. And this way, it will help you also create a very controlled strategy around your branding. In addition to this strong feature, we also have a calendar feature which will help you save your time. You can upload all your content for a month or so and run a campaign, and then schedule reposting of your content using this sort of a calendar, which will give you date-wise and week-wise and month-wise areas where you can put and schedule your branding messages to go out into social media. So I like to also mention this point is that once you connect your social media, you have say 100,000 followers on your side. We bring another 1 million to your content, which makes it very easy for you to increase the reach to a wider audience globally, and then you can do branding of your company, of your product in a much better way. In addition to this, you also get a lot of peace of mind, because TopBrass will do the work of 2 to 3 marketing specialists without deploying these resources. You can do it and schedule it once in a month and forget about it. So these are very, very strong features of TopBrass, which I feel is good for the marketing heads or marketing CMOs to use and save their time and save their revenue. So with this, I would like to end this video. If you have any questions, do write to us, and we would definitely get back to you. And we would like to make sure that you join TopBrass today and leverage this platform to the fullest. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. You are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Krishan Dev Rai, who was the emperor of Vijayanagar Empire, who ruled from 1509 to 1529. He was a great ruler of Tuluva dynasty and is considered to be the greatest ruler. He possessed the largest empire in India after the decline of Delhi settlement. To discuss about this great king, we have prominent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is also the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine, madam. So, we are discussing is about one of the greatest king, Krishan Dev Rai, who is also popular among stories which are to be told, which are being told by mothers to children, and of course in schools also we hear about Krishan Dev Rai, and in combination Tenali Rama also.
Okay, before I tell you about Krishna Dev Raya, let me give you a little outline of the Vijayanagar Empire, because Vijayanagar Empire was one of the greatest Hindu kingdoms of South India. And four dynasties ruled in Vijayanagar Empire: Sangam dynasty, Saluv, Tuluv, and Aravidu. Four dynasties, they ruled the Vijayanagar Empire in succession, and Tuluv dynasty was the third dynasty. Krishnadev Raya was the third ruler of the Tuluv dynasty. He ruled from 1509 to 1529. He was a very, very efficient administrator. Why he is known in the history books is because of his administration and because of his war skills. Because the time when he came to the throne, the entire scene of Vijayanagar was very gloomy. So he had to build the empire from the scratch, because the previous rulers were not so dynamic to um, spread their territories far and wide. Krishna Dev Raya, he did that. And how he did that? He, because he was a versatile genius, and he made his mark as a great warrior, as an able administrator, and a liberal patron of art and literature. And that's why he has become a legend. And still in South India, many stories about Sri Krishna Dev Raya and his Tilani Rama. He was in his court. There are many, many stories about Sri Krishna Dev Raya and Tenali Rama. He proved his war skills by fighting against the Bahmanis, the Muslim kingdom, and the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. So, because of these two major wars which he had in his lifetime, made him a very, very great warrior. And one thing about Krishnadev Raya, it is said that he was never defeated. He was an undefeated king till he lived. All the conquest, all the expeditions which Krishnadev Raya took, they were all successful. So it is a very unique quality of a king, number one. Number two, as an administrator also, he proved very, very efficient. He divided his empire into three divisions, and they were mandalams, nadus, and semas. And why this division was done? So that the remotest of village also get the benefit of the administration of Krishnadev Raya. This was the reason that he divided the kingdom into mandalams, nadus, and semas. Then, not only this, as a patron of art and Telugu literature, he did a commendable work. He encouraged all the poets, all the people who developed art and developed literature. He gave his patronage to them, and 8 literary luminaries, popularly known as Ashtadiggajas, adorned his court, which was a very unique thing of his court. And among them, Alasani Pedanna, one author is there, who was the author of Manu Charitamu, was the greatest. So all these epics were written in the time period of Krishna Dev Raya. And the other 7 poets of the group were Nandi Timmanna, Madayagiri Malanna, Durjati, Alaya Raju, Pingali, Ram Raja, and Tenali Ramalinga. Because Tenali Rama was also an author. So he patronized those Ashtadiggajs in his court. Okay. Then he himself was a poet of great merit. He wrote Amukta Malyada. Okay, it is regarded as the first rate prabandha in Telugu literature, and he also patronized the Sanskrit and Kannada literature. Apart from these things, he was a great builder. The Hazar Rama temple, the Vitthal Swami temple at the capital are attributed to him, and in honor of his mother, he built a new city called Nagalapuram. So, if you sum it up, Krishnadev Raya ranks with the greatest emperors of Europe and Asia. And not only this, his relations with the foreigners, with the Portuguese. He maintained trade relations with the Portuguese, and those Portuguese traders supplied him Arabian horses. So one of the visitor to his court was Domingo Paes. He was a Portuguese merchant who resided in Vijayanagar during Krishnadev Raya's reign during the years 1520 to 1522, and he left an excellent sketch of Krishnadev Raya's personality and the splendor of Vijayanagar city. It was beautiful. The Vijayanagar city was beautiful. In his travelogue, Domingo Paes has written about the wealth, about the culture, about the temples of Vijayanagar temple. And not only that, he says, he writes that he was a king who was the most feared and perfect king that could possibly be. Very cheerful, merrymaking, but at the same time, administration was very, very strict. So, at his time, at Krishnadev Raya's time period, Vijayanagar was probably the most beautiful city which existed. He built it so beautifully.
Yes, I
All the
got a
temples.
chance to really visit Hampi, and I was really mesmerized the kind of architecture I've seen. And when we talk about Krishan Dev Rai, we always have a feeling. General people think that he is somebody who is a poet because he's associated with a lot of stories with Tenali Rama. He is a poet and he's soft king, but actually he is not. He's quite a able general because what I have read, it is said that he had 7 lakhs foot soldier, 32,600 cavalry, and 550 elephants, which were used in the Battle of Raipur. And it was said that he raised the ground. He raised to the ground the fortress of Gulbarga, the early capital of Bahami Sultanate. So what I feel is because I got to see the stable of elephants also in Hampi, and it is huge. I think, and it is. I think we should. It is a national heritage, and should be care about that. And then, yes, and madam, when you talked about his cultural influence, and I think he also knew many languages. A part of writing.
He was very, very intelligent.
Yes.
He was very, very intelligent. He knew many languages.
Right.
And his personality was a contrast personality. He was a warrior. He was an administrator. He was a poet. He was patron of art and literature. So many traits in one person, you know. And as you said about his conquest of Bijapur, conquest of Raipur, you know, conquest of Ummatur, campaigns against Orissa. Against Orissa, he had 5 campaigns against the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. And with the Bahmanis, he waged a huge war with the Bahmanis. And not only that, the Sultan of Golconda, Kuli Qutub Shah, also attacked his region, Guntur and Panagar, and he occupied his forts at Warangal, Khammambet, Kondapalli, Eluru, Rajmundri, and still with such a mighty person invading his territories, he was able to subdue them, the Bahmanis and the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. They were the very mighty people that time in the south. So he was able to subdue the Muslim rulers of the Deccan and the Gajpati rulers of Orissa. And his wars against the Bahmani rulers revealed his military powers and diplomatic skill.
Yes, and I think it is said that he has a great influence on Telugu literature. A part of this, I have read that he was he has the largest empire in South India at that point of time. And so I would like to ask you, what is the influence of his empire on this Indian subcontinent?
It is huge. His The impact of his empire was huge. Why? Because he was a person who brought Vijayanagara kingdom on India's map. Many rulers, his contemporaries, they were not so interested in the south that time. But when they heard the stories about the wealth, the prosperity, the grandeur of his city and his court, then many people from the north, they got interested to invade the South India. Before that, South India was, a leftover part of India.
Okay.
Before him.
Okay.
Alauddin Khilji, he attacked the Deccan. Muhammad bin Tughlaq attacked the Deccan, and then when he came into rule, Sri Krishna Dev Raya, because the stories of his wisdom, of his justice, it spread far and wide in the country, and everybody was interested to visit the Vijayanagar city because of its beauty, because of its grandeur.
Yes.
It was so huge
Yeah.
and beautiful.
Yes, it was because of the architecture, the temples, and the other things which he has built. A part of this, the poets he has encouraged. So I think that was the golden era of that period. So
Yes,
I would also want to yes.
After him, after Tuluk dynasty, Aravidu dynasty was there, but no prominent ruler was there who could hold the legacy of the Vijayanagar Empire. He was the person who shined like a star, Sri Krishna Dev Raya.
Yes.
And his stories of his court with Tenali Rama are still read and narrated all over India.
Right. And it's very, unfortunate that though he has given his throne to his son, but somehow he became sick and he died, and ultimately that the whole empire goes to his brother. So I also want to ask you, what are his religious ideologies at that point of time?
What you asked?
Religious ideologies. I mean, he was a Hindu, or how it is?
Yes, he was a Hindu. He was a Hindu, a very staunch Hindu. That's why you find so many temples in every nook and corner of the city.
Yes.
Hinduism, Brahminism was at rise that time in Vijayanagar Empire. And he gave money for the construction of temples. He patronized the priests. He gave them land. He respected them. He gave them place in his court. So that way he was a very, very religious person. But at the same time, with religion. He was a very, very wise human being because he is famous for his justice. Anyone who walks to his court with some problem definitely walked out with a solution and with a happy face. This was very, very, unique about him. That whoever came to his court went happily from his court. Any common man, they were. There was a darbar sort of a thing in which he used to listen to the grievances of the people, and immediately justice was provided to those people.
Yes, and also heard that in later years, he Tathacharya, who was also one of his minister, introduced him to Vaishnav this sect. I mean Vaishnav sect of Hinduism. So he also followed that. I think I feel that he is a liberal in his ideology when it comes to Hinduism and religion.
For that matter, Kanchan, Hindu Hinduism is such a religion which is so tolerant and so liberal that it takes everyone into its fold. You know, so any Hindu ruler of of that era or of yesteryears, they had a very big heart that way. It was not, that fanaticism towards a religion. It was not there, but at the same time there was dedication.
Yeah, and I think he also understood that as you know that this Kisan Andolan is going on nowadays. But at that point of time, also he understood that agriculture is the main thing, and we should concentrate on that. So he also done deforestation to get the agricultural land for the people, and he established the irrigation system, which is again told and discussed by foreign visitor at that point of time.
Because agriculture was the main occupation that time.
Right.
So he knew he wants more revenue. He
Right.
has to develop the agriculture. He has to give grants to the farmers. So all that he did.
Yeah. So I think, in a nutshell, I think he is one of the greatest king, and we should study more about this great king, and he should also be having a great study material should be circulated in the colleges and schools who are studying history primarily, and also people who are not studying. I think they should have a chapter or something to know the heritage and culture of our Indian continent. So it was lovely talking to you.
Definitely.
Yes, yeah, I look forward. So government should also do something about the great kings of India, who somehow are not being taken care or may not have given space for general public to know about their persona. So it was really lovely talking to you, Neetaji. We'll meet in our next episode with another great king of India. Till then,
Definitely.
bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the greatest kings of India who has a tremendous effect on our history and our future also, because he is the one person who stopped there are two kings and he is one of the kings who stopped the foreign invasion, and I'm talking about Porus. So we will be discussing more about in this current series, and to discuss and to know more about this great king, we have an eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is head of the department of one of the prestigious colleges for women in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, madam. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I am fine, ma'am. So, we are discussing about Porus and Alexander and the impact of this war. There was a war. So we will be discussing more. We want to know more about this great king, Indian king, Porus.
Okay, so before I tell you about Porus, let me give you a brief overview that what happened before Porus in India. There were a lot of Iranian and Macedonian invasions in India, and after the Persians, there were the Macedonians, the Alexander of Macedonia, who came to India to plunder his wealth, the wealth of India. His main motive was that because he had heard a lot of stories about India's wealth, India's glory, about the temples which were very, very rich in terms of jewelry, in terms of money. So he was very, very curious to visit India. So uh, the Greeks were the next. First came the Persians, then came the Greeks. So Greeks were the next foreigners who came to India, and that time the political condition of India was such that it was again divided into small, small provinces, principalities, and there was no unity. There was no unity. So because people have heard about Alexander's personality, that he is a brutal warrior, and he had taken this up in his mind that he will conquer the entire world. There is one small story about him, that when he was a child, he showed his hand to an astrologer, and he told the astrologer, "I want to conquer the world." So the astrologer said, "You don't have that line in your hand." So he got so furious that he took up his sword, and he made a line in his hand, and he told the astrologer, "I will prove you wrong. I will conquer the entire world." So he all the Indians knew about his stories, that what type of personality he is. So when Alexander came to India in 326 BC, if we see that time, there was a Prince Ambi, King Ambi of Takshila, and then this King Porus. Actually, his name was not Porus. He is mentioned in Greek records as Porus. Because he belonged to the Puru dynasty. He belonged to the Puru dynasty, so he was called Paurava or Purushottama. So he was in Greek accounts, in Greek, all the travelogues, we get his name as Porus. So Porus, Ambi and Takshila and Porus's empire were nearby. So when Ambi heard about Alexander coming in, he got very afraid. So he said, instead of waging war, let me, welcome him, and let me submit under Alexander, so that there is no destruction. Number one. Number two, because if I become an ally of Alexander, then my prestige will increase. So what Ambi did when Alexander came, he welcomed him. He welcomed Alexander, and he gave him lot of presents. Because he was also a king, Alexander was also king of Macedonia. So he gave him around 700 horses, 3,000 oxen, and 10,000 sheep. So not only this, he gave him a contingent of 5,000 soldiers and replenished the treasury of Alexander. So now Alexander became more egoistic, that I will be, because he had this in his mind, that he is a conqueror. So he sent a message to Porus or Paurava, that you also come under my suzerainty, you accept my power. But Porus refused to do that. He said, no, if you are a king, and if you are a warrior, come to the battlefield. I will see you there. So Alexander got very much annoyed by this, because when he came to India, he got such a welcome from Ambi, from King Ambi. So he got very, very annoyed, and they met. It is known as the Battle of Hydaspes, because the river Jhelum, in Greek accounts, it is the name of Jhelum river is Hydaspes. So this war between Alexander and Porus is known as the Battle of Hydaspes. So Porus's kingdom was between Jhelum and Chenab rivers, and because any place which is near a river is very, very fertile, so his kingdom was very prosperous. So when Alexander's army and Porus's army met, the army of Porus's was bigger in size. But the army of Alexander had refined artillery. They had refined, equipments of war. In Porus's army, there were around 210 elephants, and he had a standing army of many thousand soldiers. The army of Alexander was also big, but when it came to warfare, the Porus's army lacked the skills. They lacked the skills. But one advantage Porus had, that he had elephants. And Macedonian people had never seen elephants. So when they saw the huge elephants, they were spellbound. They saw the elephants for the first time. So what the soldiers of Alexander's army did, they started piercing the elephants with the arrows. So the one elephant, one or two elephants, they got very angry and they ran. And many people were trampled to death because of that. But in spite of this advantage of Porus, he could not. This was one thing. Another thing, heavy rain happened. So because of rain, the chariot's wheels they got stuck in mud. So that became a disadvantage for Porus's army. And in the war was fought in the field of Karri. Karri, Karri. So there it was all muddy, and the chariot's wheels they got stuck in the mud. So that became an advantage for Alexander, and finally Alexander made Porus a prisoner. He made Porus a prisoner, and when he was taken to Alexander's camp, Alexander asked him that, "What do I do with you now? Because you were very egoistic. You did not accept my, suzerainty, and when I gave you a proposal, you refused it." But Porus was such a brave, person, because he is known for his bravery. His bravery and his, this confidence he had. So even if he is a prisoner and he is standing in front of Alexander, he gave a very cool reply. He said, when Alexander asked him, "What do I do with you?" he said, "You do what a king does with another king." So this reply of Porus melted the heart of Alexander. And Porus was also a king. And then he appreciated the courage, the bravery that Porus could have been killed by Alexander, but still he is speaking in a high volume, and he is speaking with courage, with no fear at all. So this impressed Alexander. And then Alexander embraced him.
I think this line has become so popular. Even the way Porus told Alexander, "Treat me like any other king treat another prisoner king." So I think this is a very, very impactful behavior, impactful part of personality of a great king Porus. Because in normal ways, he never answers like this.
Frightened.
Yes.
A normal human will be frightened. You are standing in front of a...
Yeah, he may be thinking of a treaty, or he may be thinking of a friendship, But here's a king who said, treat me like another king treats another one king.
As treats another king.
Right.
This was his reply.
Right.
So Alexander embraced him and returned his empire, what he has invaded. Rather, when he left India, he gave some other parts of India also to Porus to take care. So it came under the Macedonian this thing sovereignty, but Porus took care of that entire empire. One thing more I want to tell you, Kanchan. See, somewhere our history is also mistaken, because whenever we call Alexander, we address him Alexander the Great.
Right. Right.
So, if you think as a common man or a common person, he was a brutal warrior. He killed thousands and thousands of people just to satisfy his own ego.
Right.
Because he wanted to become a world conqueror.
Right.
If you see other kings, if you suppose you see Ashoka, he also did Kalinga war, but that changed him, that transformed him.
Right.
You see Chandragupta Maurya, he was also a very great king.
Right.
So, but what made them great was their deeds, their goodness,
Right.
their compassion towards people. But Alexander was a totally opposite personality, and why we call him Alexander the Great as a history student and as a history lecturer. I really think that that's why, because we portray a wrong history.
Right.
We have given this way you are giving a wrong message to the people, that whoever kills is big, whoever kills is great.
Right.
So it is not a right message,
Right.
which any history chronicler or any history writer would give to the next generations. And when he was going back to his place, he died on the way. He died near Babylonia because of malaria, Alexander. And before his death, because he could sense that he was dying, he told his people that when you take me to the grave, you keep my hands out of my this thing. When you take me. When they asked why, then he said, people should know that even a word conqueror goes empty hands. When he leaves the word, he goes empty hands. He realized it very late. Alexander realized it very late. But we calling him great, we calling him, okay, he was a mighty warrior. I agree. But that was the power of his sword. That was the power of his army. But if you see the other aspect, it was only brutality what he did. He killed thousands and thousands of people. Many families were totally, finished because of Alexander. But you can call Porus great. You can definitely call Porus great because he fought with lot of bravery for his kingdom, for his people. He never, because Alexander was a foreign invader, so he never wanted to give that impression to his subjects that as a king I am a failure. So he fought. It is a different story that he was defeated. He lost the Battle of Hydaspes, but still he won. In the pages of history, you remember Porus as a great king, for his bravery, for his valiant behavior, for his courage.
Yes. So I think the whole personality and the character of Porus is much higher in terms of a king. I feel when compared to Alexander, why? Because Alexander just won the territories, but here is one king who fought, who defeated, and after even defeat, he impressed a king. We call the Alexander the Great. And he was so impressed that he has said, okay, no, you are so great and the way you are so smart and you deserve to be king, a great king. So he has said, okay, fine, I will treat you like a king. I'm a king, but you are also king. But on at the same time, Porus also took care administration, he took care of his kingdom, he took care of his people, which I think in a way Alexander the Great has that was not having that capability, as not missing out in space, isn't it?
Yeah, he was. He see the history which is written is. I'm not saying that it is not up to the mark, but somewhere they lack. Somewhere they lack in portraying the people.
Right.
Whether it is ancient history, whether it is European history, whether it is medieval, modern, uh, when we had our Indian struggle for independence, so the Western authors, Western historians, they termed our freedom fighters as, revolutionaries, and they have not termed them as great people.
Right.
Because we're fighting against them.
Yes.
But if you see from our perspective, they were great because they gave us a free air to breathe.
Right.
So some the historians, they have a they had a different perspective to see the events, to record the events, which at some places is not just, because you are giving a wrong message.
Yes.
You are giving a wrong message for the generations to come.
I know. So it was lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. We'll be discussing about Porus and the situation at that point of time in our next episode. For today, it was so wonderful to talk to you and know more about this great king Porus, the Great of India. So see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. You take care.
Thank you, Kanchi.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Despite the strong growth of renewables over the last few decades, fossil fuel based remains dominant worldwide. The use of electricity generation continues to increase in both absolute and relative terms. Even today, the fossil fuel generates nearly 65% of the world electricity. The clean energy alternatives are not efficient enough to fill the demand at the moment. The question we need to ask, why we continue to make huge dams at very high cost but do not invest in nuclear power plants. Why? Today, about 10% of the world's electricity is generated by 450 nuclear power reactors, and about 50 reactors are under construction. Together, they will cover approximately 15% of the existing capacity. There are, however, major concerns which are preventing wide-scale acceptance of nuclear power plants by various governments across the world from adapting these power generation using the nuclear means. One big fear is accidents like Chernobyl and Fukushima mega accidents. The fallout of these crippled reactors may take centuries to clear up. And the second biggest reason is availability of uranium. USA, or United States of America, seems to have monopoly on uranium mining, and extracting uranium from seawater is very expensive and time-consuming process. But we have an alternative which is much easier, safer and cheaper to build and operate in the form of thorium-based molten salt reactor or MSR. Today we will analyze how thorium MSR can solve India's future power generation problem at a fraction of a cost. Friends, I will be back with this analysis after a few promotional messages. Don't go anywhere, as an outstanding show coming up right now. Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmach Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmach Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmach Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmach.com and click on Genius program to know more. Welcome back, friends. Let's understand what is the molten salt reactor in the first place. In essence, a molten salt reactor or MSR is a vessel that contains a hot liquid salt in which a nuclear reaction takes place. The salt consists of nuclear fuel like thorium salt and several other compounds that optimizes the reaction. The heat transfer and the stability of the salt is also taken care by this solution. This means the salt mixture is both fuel as well as coolant. This allows for a very high heat production. Unlike the solid fuel, the uranium reactors, the liquid fuel can be kept at an optimum condition at all times without temporarily shutting down the reactor. Now let's discuss why thorium and not uranium. Number 1, thorium is available in India in abundance. Number 2, thorium when combined with other material forms salts. And these are not dangerous to dispose of as a waste, nuclear waste, and I will explain in detail later. Number 3, thorium salt reactors are smaller, less complex, and very safe with no risk of core meltdown. So let's understand how safe is thorium MSR. 3 large historic accidents, including Chernobyl and Fukushima, has shown that the major risk during and after nuclear accident lies in the spreading of radioactive iodine into the atmosphere and cesium as well. These components are product of the nuclear reaction that are formed inside the reactor. And this will be the same process in thorium MSR as well. However, today in light water reactor, there are these are present in the volatile form and can become airborne and can be picked up by living tissue. In case of an accident, iodine and cesium may get into atmosphere and can travel far away from reactor, covering large distances. In molten salt reactor, however, iodine and cesium and other fission products are ionically bound. Ionic binding is an incredible strong chemical bond. It is a reason why you can safely use kitchen salt without having to worry about poisonous chlorine gas coming out of it, even though roughly half of your kitchen salt consists of chlorine. In molten salt reactor, this ionic bonding makes sure that all radioactive components that provide a key radiological hazard are safely bound to the salt and are unable to travel by air. The danger of nuclear meltdown, which is generally viewed as a major concern in nuclear reactor, is simply not present in molten salt reactors because the fuel is not in a solid state. Meltdown occurs when the solid uranium fuel rods overheat in such an extent that material melts, which can have dire consequences. If the material then escapes into as a contaminant, then it can become a serious issue. In MSR, the fuel is expected to be in liquid state, and the structure is engineered to safely accommodate this. Yet, another boundary of safety in MSR is established by the reactive behavior of the salt itself. When the salt is cooled because the pumps are on, the nuclear reaction intensifies. When the salt heats up when the pumps are off, the nuclear reaction slows down or even stops. This load following behavior is convenient operating principle, but also serves as a foolproof safety mechanism. It means that if for whatever reason the cooling pump fails, the reactor heats up to a calculated maximum and simply stops. If for whatever reason the reactor heats up further, another safety mechanism gets activated. This is called freeze plug, also called as melting plug. Both names apply to the same mechanism that consists of section of a salt in drain pipe that is actively kept frozen by an electric fan. If the power fails, the fan stops, the plug melts, and gravity makes the salt drain away to the safety to a specifically designed storage in which the decay heat is released by passive cooling. The big difference with earlier solid fuel designs here is that instead of power being needed to shut down a reactor safely, power is needed to prevent the safe shutdown of a reactor. Therefore, in case control is lost, the only logical outcome is automatic shutdown in case of MSR. Now let's discuss about cost. There is a reason to believe that thorium MSR electricity will be significantly less expensive than electricity from current nuclear technology. Factors contributing to low cost profile are simplified construction, including less expensive safety systems, modular construction approach, simplified fuel and waste handling, higher energy efficiency, and potential for additional processes and earning made possible by thorium MSR high operating temperatures, among others. So you see, we have thorium in abundance. We should actually stop investing in building large nuclear houses which are very dangerous, and we need uranium to run them because uranium is not available in India. But we can use another alternative which is much safer, less expensive, and that will solve all our future problem of generating electricity. While we also keep investing in solar and wind, I think this is a very good alternative. So friends, this is something which I wanted to present to you as the future for India power generation at a lower cost. And I look forward to getting engaged with you. Do write in your comments, and I will meet you next time with something even more interesting.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very eminent personality with us, Mr. Ravi Shankar Balasubramanian. Ravi joins us from Bangalore. He is the CEO of BLR Labs, and BLR Labs has offices in India and in US. Welcome to the show, Ravi.
Thank you, CK. Good morning and namaste. Pleasure talking to you and glad to be connected with Akulmach and Top Brass. Pleasure talking to you.
Right, Ravi. So, as you know that we are under lockdown and today is day 5. You are joining us from Bangalore. How Bangalore treating the people during this lockdown? I'm sure it's a tech city. So are there any deployment of any new tech services in Bangalore? How it is treating? So we just want to know from you from the experiences.
Yeah, no doubt there are challenges. These are tough times, but when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And looking at the environment, I think this is more important and pertinent given the circumstances here that we take care more about the unorganized sector and those sort of junction. I think that should be the focus of the government. While the challenges are immense, I think the opportunity is also immense for technology companies like DLR Labs, and I think this is where we need to innovate. And as you know, right, necessary is the mother of all inventions. So I think this pushes us to get to the edge and create those solutions because so that we are prepared such that next time such a situation arises, I think it should be like smooth flowing. We need to so this actually throws up and opens up a lot of infrastructural requirements, and I think BLR Labs, we look forward to BLR Labs to be sharing that platform and enabling to overcome such challenges in the future. But as of Bangalore, they have been kind. I think if we look at it, even though I'm still in the office at this point in time, so they have allowed me to come and attend this sort of requirement, even though we have actually officially requested all our employees to work from home. But if you see, right, especially a lot of BPOs, various other forums, which were never open to work from home. You had to work 24/7. You had the cab services. You had to be in the office. They were never opening up their infrastructure for people to explore work from home opportunities for women folk, even the night travel. Now that it has forced all those technology companies, okay, to enable the employees to work from home, I think it's a game-changing situation because what will happen is it is going to open up the the security concerns which were actually conservative earlier. Now they would realize that we are more we can actually overcome those situations, and things will start opening up. So I think while the challenges are there, it also actually, from a business community point of view, if we keep our eyes open, I think there's a lot of opening which it actually creates, and to benefit the mankind, going forward, especially from a technology breakthrough perspective and technology interface point of view. So I see it's an eye opener, okay, and I see that only those. A lot of companies are going to find it challenging, okay, to run their business. We will see, definitely see some of these startups actually winding up. We would like to see a lot of government initiatives to actually help these companies in terms of moratorium to to all the EMIs, loans, and so on and so forth. Because unless the business community gears up and wins, there's no way. We are looking for a long haul. It is not like 15-day, 20-day. I think this is a war-like situation. I think companies such as us should lead from the front and help the governments in all the countries, to enable them fight back and rebound back very fast and very successfully. I think the onus is on us. So that is where I'm working round the clock. To be quite honest, CK, it's been very, very time-consuming, working almost 12 hours a day, because this is where I see the opportunity, and that is why even in these times we are having this conversation, which tells you the importance and the opportunity that exists, because it is for us to actually make or break the situation.
Yes, Ravi. In fact, as you rightly pointed out, that the need is the mother of invention, or in this case, it's a lockdown which is creating a new behavioral changes in all of us. So, just to share, one point is in the society where I live in, we have come out with a token system so that we don't overspend and we don't queue up. and this is all online. And this app got developed within 2 days.
Yeah.
And it is rolled out. And the future roadmap for this app is also defined, because once this lockdown is over, the same app can be utilized for club activities, slot booking, etc., for various activities. So so much changes, and I'm sure there are requirements for schools, for business, for offices to go online, because I
Absolutely.
personally believe that this issue with the pandemic is not going to go away after 16 days from now. It will continue for some more time. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So, as I already see a lot of colleges and institutes, now that the integration and the infrastructure in terms of actually the internet speeds in India has actually significantly grown. So, a lot of colleges have begun to actually take classes. In fact, one of my friends was actually taking lectures yesterday to their students over the internet. So you see, with a lot of significant changes that is going to come, I think this is something that we cannot wish away. This is definitely going to open up a lot of eyebrows, and the way we interact. I think it's going to change forever. Okay, I think so. That's the point where we need to be opening up. The one of the key things is, while a lot of lot of rich and the reasonably middle class people can afford it, we have to also ensure that the people behind the poverty line and who are challenged for their daily wages are not left behind. Okay, their kids are very, very important for this ecosystem to develop. I think that we need to create those sort of platforms for them to not lose out on this education system, because I think if you see that these lectures can go not just to 50 people class, they can actually open up to a zillions of people who are online. So that way we can create a lot of cost effective solution, and I'm sure India is going to lead from that front, because as a country we are very, very cost sensitive. I think we have been sort of cautious or conservative in terms of adapting technology, but this post lockdown will leave no stone unturned to create that turnaround. I think this pushes us to the edge, and in a sense that it is good for the country and future growth in economy. No doubt the growth is going to be negative in the coming quarter, but I think if we play the game right and look forward to overcome these challenges, I think developing countries like us are going to be the countries who are going to actually lead those technology and opportunities from. So as I said earlier, it is for us to actually lose. It is for us to actually take this opportunity. As such, India has done pretty well with this lockdown, as against all the developed countries. You can already see that. So it was a forced lockdown, but it has created a lot of hassles. Okay. However, this also is time for companies such as us to think through innovatively and create those solutions, so that we are geared up for all such future challenges that may come in. And I'm looking forward to it.
Right, Ravi, and it was pleasure talking to you. Today is day 16. I mean day 5, 16 more to go. So I will check up with you after a few more days how Bangalore is treating you still, because it's a long lockdown. Until that.
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you. And please take care, stay safe, uh, keep the social distancing. That is very, very paramount. As such, we are seeing a lot of ventilators getting developed. So India is gearing up in terms of infrastructure, but this is the time to actually hold back and utilize that time to think innovatively, spend that time and come back stronger. Thank you, CK. All the very best. Looking forward to talking to you in the future. And I wish the world to overcome this catastrophe very soon and very fast. wishing all the people speedy recovery and getting back to growth. Looking forward to it. Okay. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Yes, Ravi. So pleasure. Namaste.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. And you know that the entire world is reeling over the pandemic, and there are so many patients. The hospitals are overrun by patients. Uh, there are more patients and there are less doctors. And because of that, there could be some communication gaps between doctors and patients. So this is exactly what we want to discuss. How do doctors or patient improve their communication skills while everyone under pressure? Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion. Hello friends, let me introduce our guest today. She's joining us from London. Her name is Dr. Neha Sharma. She is very popular. She is also a beauty pageant. And today we would like to discuss about the role of smart communication, specifically between doctors and patient. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha to you.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I'm very excited to speak about how to be an effective communicator, and which is a key for any healthcare professional. And I think this topic is very close to my heart because of the obvious concern which we see on a regular basis on the social media, how much it has impacted, like how much to what extent the doctor and the patient relationship has been impacted. And somewhere I feel that this is a very hot topic, like how we can improve those things. And I feel like that communication is one of the key, which if it is being improved from both the patient side as well as from a doctor's side, then a lot of things can be prevented. So that's the whole idea of talking to you today about how to be an effective communicator.
Well, Neha, actually the issue here is that especially now when there is so much pressure on the medical system and a lot of patients are reaching the hospital, doctors usually are very polite. You know, they understand the problems of the patient, they listen to them very politely and give solution. But right now, I think everybody is so much stressed. So my question would be how doctors must still stay calm, maintain their cool, and respond to the patient in a proper way. You have any tips, guidance for the doctors?
Definitely, CK. I think the most important thing at this current moment is like this global pandemic has hit everyone equally. No, it's just not the common, the layman or the common population. It's equally very challenging and very, very traumatizing experience for the entire medical fraternity. And currently, if you see the situation, many doctors, many nurses, many healthcare professionals, or the key workers, they have died serving the patient. And it is very challenging time to meet the expectation of the family when we know the situation is really very badly hit. Even in India, we can see that complete medical fraternity is right now in a situation where they're struggling. And obviously, the expectation of the patient and the family is also very high because they are concerned about their near and dear one. At the same time, there are medical concerns, there are need for hospitalization, there is need for more strict observation in the hospital. But at the same time, it's really difficult because we are running out of the resources. We are massively in manpower crisis. A lot of doctors and nurses, they are isolating as well at the same time. And those who are working on a regular basis, like, in order to cover the shift for their colleague as well, it's equally very difficult for them. So my most key or important advice for any of the healthcare professionals or even to the patient is try to be a good listener. And that is a key to be an effective communicator. And what I mean is that unless until we are proactive in terms of active listening, we can't be a very good or effective communicator. Only once we know how the person in front feels about his or her current condition or about his or her relative who is being brought to the hospital or to the doctor, unless until we know their genuine concern, unless until we have a habit of actively listening about their feeling, we can't give them comfort and we can't give them any further advice or suggestion which can make any change in their life. So I think the first key important thing is to be an active listener.
Well, Nehaji, the issue is that if there are many patients together and everybody's life is important and everybody needs to be saved, so the doctors are getting a lot of pressure from all sides, the lack of medicines, the lack of working staff, and more number of patients. So, what is that, they should do? But after all, end of the day, they're all human beings. They get distracted, and while your advice is to be a good listener, but I think when there are so many things happening together at the same time, how the doctors must train themselves to cope up with this situation.
I think CK, like one of the key fundamental thing for the doctors is like obviously you have to listen, you have to be empathetic, you have to build up that rapport and trust when you're talking to the patient. You are very right in saying it is difficult, specifically if that same kind of thing is not there from the patient side or the relative side, because you can see everybody is impatient. Everybody want the treatment to happen proactive, like very quickly. They want the result. They want everything to know. But it isn't something a rocket science. It takes time even to know exactly what are the condition, what are the cause behind this suffering, or why this patient is brought here, whether it is COVID positive or is it a COVID negative with some other comorbid condition. It takes time to come up to that conclusion that this is the diagnosis and this is the treatment for that. I think right now the major issue is nobody has got patience, and that is the main thing which actually puts this doctor and patient relationship into more vulnerable situation. And I think it has to develop from both the side. We have to have a patience. At the same time, I think when a lot of people are coming at the same time and they all are talking, obviously we have to take a step back and we have to request them, see, this doesn't make any sense to us. We need to understand, but let's sit down together. Let's listen what is happening right now. Let's have an on table discussion about what's happening right now. What are the things and possible differential diagnosis here, like for the patient, and what will be our strategy to address this current condition. So I think it has to be in that way, but that will only come up when we have a mutual trust and when we are ready to listen to each other and to make a concrete plan in order to benefit our patient. But that has to be from the both the parties. It's not just something from the doctor's end, it has to be from the patient end as well.
Well, Neha, this is something like a crisis situation, and suddenly it has extrapolated, or I would say exponentially aggravated, and nobody is prepared for this. Doctors are not prepared for it. Patients are never having a lot of patience as we speak, but I think there is no time for training. There is no time to learn. There is no time to waste, and it's a matter of life and death. So in such a situation, I think the communication is very, very critical. But I know I've been to hospital recently for my parents, and I've seen the doctor being so calm, cool all the time. Patients will say whatever they want to say. They will vent out on the doctor. Doctor will not react. But now, for past 10 days, I am seeing a different, totally different attitude from the doctors, and there is no time for training. So how, what is your two-letter mantra for the doctors they should follow?
I think it's very hard for me to say, CK, because the situation is quite individual, like it's quite different in each scenario. I think it is a very challenging situation for everyone, and everyone is human being, and it's just not about patient being feeling like vulnerable and in a situation where the things are completely out of control. Even as a healthcare professional, at this current situation, we feel being helpless as well because we wanted to help the patient, we wanted to save their lives, but many things are not in our hand. We are trying our best, but at the same time it is impacting us, it is impacting our mental well-being as well. And even like it's not something easy for us to have every day facing this thing for last 1 year and still being very positive in our attitude, still being very calm and composed. It is something which is like very, very draining kind of experience for everyone. But at the same time, the things which helped me, CK, which I'm saying on my personal experience, like I don't know about the other my other colleagues, but the thing which has helped me is um, I do regular meditations and yoga. I do regular exercise, and I do listen to spiritual leaders on a regular basis. For me, like I hear BK Shivani ji on a regular basis, Gaur Gopal Das ji on a regular basis, Sadhguru on a regular basis. And these three people, apart from my parents and some of my very close mentors, these are the people with whom I'm speaking regularly and I'm sharing my views, like, this is how I feel. And my husband as well, obviously, because I'm here with him for 24 hours. So it is important. It is important, even as a doctor, even as a human being, no matter what side of where you're standing, whether you are standing at a receiving end or at a giving end, to share your feeling, to share your emotion, how you feel like. Even as a doctor, it's important for you to say that, I don't feel okay with that. I'm feeling traumatized. And a lot of, I have seen even in the healthcare professionals, having that post-traumatic stress disorder after seeing so many deaths in the hospital. And it's not easy. We all are equally vulnerable. But the only thing, CK, which can prevent us is being open, being honest about our feeling, being very clear and concise in terms of our thought process, even when we are giving any sort of message to the patient, being very, very clear what is the situation, how the things are, making them realize that this is the realistic thing on the ground right now. This is how the things are going. And once we have that kind of trust, mutual respect, and a clear message exchange between the two parties, I think a lot of things can be prevented. But the first and the most important thing for any healthcare professional, I would say, is please don't ignore your mental well-being. And that is very important because if you are mentally strong, which is very, very hard in this current situation to maintain, please be open, please share it with somebody whom you are close. And if you think you're still struggling, get a right help, because there are a lot of people, there are specialists, there are psychotherapists, there are psychiatrists as well. There's a lot of people who are there around you, or maybe your parents, maybe somebody whom you're close to, maybe your partner, maybe your close friend. But just share your feeling. Don't just keep that negative feelings to accumulate within yourself, which will impact your mental well-being. And I think this is the hour of the need, that we have to be careful about our mental well-being. At the same time, not losing our hope, having a positive attitude in life, and spreading the right cause. This is what I feel, CK, that can prevent many tragedies in future.
Absolutely, Nehaji. In fact, I think we can expect a lot from the medical, industry, especially doctors. We sometimes feel that doctors can do wonders, but we do not, we do not remember. Their end of the day, they are also one of us. They are also humans. They are also affected by emotions. So my appeal to everyone today, because these are trying times, we must develop patience, and some of the guidance that the Dr. Neha Sharma has given to fellow doctors, I think that is applicable for everyone. We must calm down, take the whatever wrong is going on in a positive stride, trying to make sure that we don't overshoot our emotions and vent it out on medical professionals or doctors. I think that is my learning from you after talking to you, Neha.
Thank you. I think God has given us one mouth, CK, and two ears. So that is for a reason. We have to listen first, we have to hear more, and we have to speak less. But at the same time, there is a difference between when we say that somebody is a talented communicator and somebody says that he's a very effective communicator. There's a difference between a talented and effective. Okay. And the main difference is an effective communicator is the one who is trustworthy, who is empathetic, who is a good listener, who understand and who believes in resolving the conflict rather than actually supporting the conflict. So if these things are there in any of the individual, I think a lot of things can be changed.
Absolutely. I think we are still reeling over the pandemic, and it's not over yet. I think we will discuss this subject once more again in future sometime, and also much more interesting subjects with you in the programs which are going to come in future. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, CK. Pleasure is absolutely mine.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. And today we will be discussing one of the fascinating king of India, Ashoka. Now, I always been mesmerized by this personality because at one phase of his life, he is tyrant, he is killing people. And in the other phase of life, he's non-violent, he has accepted Buddhism. And what I feel is that he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in India and all Indian subcontinent. He is the basic reason why Buddhism survived for so long. And the impact of his era is so much that even today we have accepted our national emblem from his era. So we'll be discussing more about this fascinating king. And to discuss about this king, it is a pleasure to tell you that I'm joined by Dr. Meeta Joshi, who is head of the Department of History in one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. She is teaching, she is giving all knowledge and traditional know-how of ancient India. A part of this, she has her work is being published internationally and nationally. So without wasting any time, I would like to introduce you to Meeta Joshi. Madam, welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Things are moving great. We are still in COVID era, but then life goes on. So we are also coping up with the times. But today we are discussing. We have an opportunity to discuss one of the great king India ever had, the great Ashoka. So I would like our viewers will also like to listen from you about our king.
Before I start talking about Ashoka, I should tell you that he was known as Ashoka the Great, okay? And he was one of the greatest emperors of Maurya dynasty, and he happened to be the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya himself was a very great king, but why Ashoka became great was because of his deeds. Previously, a very, very, brutal and tyrant emperor, Ashoka got transformed by one incident which changed his life altogether. And that incident was the War of Kalinga, which he fought and won. But after this war, the very next day, when he went into the battlefield, when he saw the battlefield, he was too disappointed that what he has done. And that moment, he saw all the houses burned. He saw many dead corpses lying here and there. And it was a very, very depressing and disturbing sight. After going to the war field, Ashoka was in total, depression sort of state. And see, destiny is such that in his time period only Lord Buddha was there. And when he came to know about Lord Buddha, he went and met Lord Buddha. After his meeting, when he spoke to Buddha, his mind, heart, and soul totally changed. And he promised Buddha that he won't wage any war from now on. And he accepted Buddhism as his religion. Now here a twist comes, because an emperor who he was a very good administrator. Now with his religion, changed, the perspective changed altogether. After accepting Buddhism, he was, first of all, what he did, he appointed some officers only to propagate Buddhism in his empire and outside the empire, and they were known as Dharma Mahamatras. Okay, they used to travel from place to place to make people aware of Buddhism. Now, the beauty of Buddhism is such a religion which teaches you only love, which teaches you compassion, which teaches you non-violence, and which even teaches you to analyze yourself. So Buddha wanted that anyone who is in his empire should know about this great, philosophy of Gautam Buddha and get benefited by it. After a point of time, he even, his son and daughter, they also became the Dharma Mahamatras, and they traveled to propagate Buddhism. After adopting Buddhism, Ashoka was a changed man because he adopted the theory of non-violence. Now, with such a huge empire, the extent of empire was so huge because Mauryan empire at the time of Ashoka was the largest empire probably in if you see the Deccan, Satvahana empire was the second largest, Mauryan empire was the largest. So managing such a vast empire, but now he had a vision after adopting Buddhism. He developed that vision. All the principles of administrative policies which he had, he changed them. And what he told people, that everybody should live in harmony. If anyone in his empire had any problem, they were allowed to meet the emperor, directly. And Ashoka would listen to them and solve their queries. So he came to such a level. He came to the ground level after, adopting Buddhism. Personally, also, a lot of transformation happened in Ashoka. He spent a lot of money in building stupas, viharas, chaityas for the Buddhist monks. He even financed their councils. Councils means there were meetings of Buddhist monks in which they discussed about the principles of Buddhism. So he also financed that. And the major development of stupas, chaityas, and viharas happened in the time of Ashoka, because he wanted that people should adopt it in their lives and take the goodness of the religion. That was his main aim. He wanted to spread peace, he wanted to spread compassion, he wanted to spread love through this act of spreading Buddhism. So this is one thing. Another thing, the rock edicts which we get from the time of Ashoka, they also mention this, that he did a commendable work in spreading Buddhism, not only in India, but to the foreign countries also. As I told you, his daughter Sanghamitra, she traveled to Sri Lanka on the orders of his father, because they all adopted Buddhism. And she also traveled to Sri Lanka to propagate Buddhism, which was a good thing, because they were spreading the good things about Buddhism. and people were adopting it, and somehow people's lives got transformed after it.
Yeah,
So
but
this,
I also feel that in spite of accepting Buddhism, in spite of practicing non-violence and not killing animals and planting uh, uh, trees around and facilitating traders to have economic development in that particular area, he also maintained a huge amount of army, so that around all the around around his boundary, nobody should think that he is a weak king, since he has accepted Buddhism and since he has said that he will not fight anymore. So I think, but he still maintained that army. So
yes,
what do you
he did.
think about this?
He did.
aspect?
Yes, he did. He did maintain his army. It was not for a war purpose. It was to guard the extent of the empire. See, army earlier, army people were used. Suppose you have some, some little civil war type of a thing, or some outbreak or some disturbances, so they can go and monitor the things. So for that purpose, after the Kalinga war, it was this motive, not to wage a war, kill people, or spread the extent of the empire through the wars. Totally his
Yeah, and then of course safeguarding the boundaries. I think that is also one of the main purpose of Ashoka.
Yes, because he wanted that the people who are in his empire should be protected. They should live a peaceful and a life, and they should not have this fear that any invader will come from outside and disturb them, because India has a history of invasions. Lot of invasions happened. So he wanted that his empire should be protected. That was his main motive.
So I always fascinated by the transformation of one person, as we were discussing earlier before this recording, that 1 minute can change the personality of a person. I think that
one moment, Kanchan, one moment.
Yes.
One incident, one person tells you a positive thing, or you see something. It requires a fraction of a second to transform you, and that transformation is always for better. See, if you not we are discussing about Ashoka, but there are many incidents in history. Valmiki, you see Rishi Valmiki, he was a dacoit, and one incident transformed him, and he wrote that Valmiki Ramayana. Angulimal, there are many incidents in which people got transformed totally. So same thing happened with Ashoka.
Yeah, I also feel that he raised a war and he consolidated his empire even after accepting Buddhism, even after taking vows that he will not fight any war to extend the boundaries, just to safeguard his empire, which was I think is a work of a king, to safeguard people and the boundary of the country. But I think his aura was that profound that nobody from external forces, even that point of time, thought of attacking his empire.
First of all, everybody was, they were in a state of confusion. That to a king who was so, after conquests, after killing people, after waging wars, that what happened to this man? So people were in a state of confusion. The neighboring countries, they were like, because see, Ashoka's empire was till Afghanistan. His boundaries, apart from India, they went up to Afghanistan. So people were wondering that what happened to this man, how he got transformed. And after he came to, after this transformation, some people visited also to know about his, know-how, that his state of mind, that what happened to him. But when he met, then they could make out that he's a totally different person now. And it was and see, this happened only because of his own personal anguish. Please try to understand this. It was, you know, when we do something wrong, then it is that guilty feeling which kills you. So to overcome that, maybe he went to Buddha. He went to Buddha to seek some peace, because he was having a struggle in his, you know, mind, that whatever he did was wrong. He understood that. See, he cannot undo. He was not able to undo what he did, because whatever is done cannot be undone at any point of time. But what he thought was, from now onwards, if I change my perception, then so many people who have lost their husbands, they lost their families, at least this thing will not continue further.
Yes.
So that was a good thought.
Yes, yes.
That was a good thought. And for that only, like, he worked and worked.
Yes. So I think the Kalinga was a turning point in the life of Ashoka.
Definitely. War of Kalinga was the turning point.
Yes. And then though I feel he's such a great personality that he handled the Raj Dharma plus his personal anguish and plus propagating the goodness of Buddhism to the people, because somewhere I read that he has engraved stones and put to places, and it's written that you should do this and you should not do this, and so that day and night people read those sermons and embrace them.
Kanchan, he gave his own theory, which is known as Ashoka's Dhamma. In Pali language, dharma is pronounced as Dhamma, Dhamma. So through his Dhamma, what he took the ideologies and principles of Buddhism, he propagated that in his own way. It was not as it is what he got from Buddha or Buddhism. Right. He propagated in his own unique way. And if you are interested in reading, there are several books on Ashoka's Dhamma, Kanchan. You can go through them. Then you will see the vastness of his ideologies, his principles, that how then he became he was not only a king, he became a thinker. You know, his horizon was broadened. See, why religion is required in life? Because it makes you a better person. It makes you wiser a person. Any religion for that matter, not only Buddhism, any religion, why we follow a religion? Because we get a certain set of principles from them, which are beneficial for our own life, for the people who are around us, and for the society. Yeah, so for that sake,
I just want to add that I think when you're talking about religion, I think religion also a factor which pacify some badness in individual. So it subsides something bad which you really think. What do you think about this? So this exactly happened also.
See, religion will not pacify, Kanchan. Religion, see, if you see all the religions, whether it is Buddhism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Islam, whether it is Hinduism, Sikhism, some religions, they say, you know, they instill a feeling of fear in you. Why we say God fearing? Because you have that fear in your mind that if we do this, you know, this is a sin, this is a bad thing. So personally, what I feel is religion should not instill a feeling of guilt inside a person. Rather, it should have the power to transform that person. It is a human nature to err. It is a human nature. You know, everybody will become a god if we don't err.
But I think this doesn't happen with Ashoka. he very consciously followed Buddhism, and very consciously, I think, merged two things, the Buddhism and the Rajdharma or the royal duties.
Yes, he took it parallelly. It was parallelly. The Ashoka's Dhamma, the administration, they were going like hand in hand. It was not like that he became a saint. No, he lived a normal family life, but with a transformed vision. With a transformed vision. But some historians, like A.L. Basham, they don't agree with this transformation. They say that this transformation was not real. So, see, different people, different perspectives. We should always see the goodness, that what is the positivity we can take from it. So from Ashoka's character, you can take the number one trait is adaptability, because he adapted to a positive side of his character.
Yeah, I think
Earlier,
transformation of one personality.
Yes.
But I'll always see like this only.
Yeah, so that is the biggest trait. And then to accept, see, if in this word, the whole tussle or war is for acceptance. Everyone wants to be accepted, Kanchan. Everyone. That is our whole, fight in this human birth. We want to be accepted as a, daughter, as a wife, as a mother, as a teacher. Acceptance. Everyone craves for that acceptance. So he accepted that he did something wrong. That is the a wise quality in Ashoka. Otherwise, see, it is a natural thing that many kings, they have waged wars in the pages of history, but no one got transformed as Ashoka have transformed. So that is his greatness. That's why we call him Ashoka the Great. This the Great comes with Ashoka or Akbar the Great. Only two people have this, suffix with them, with their names. Ashoka the Great, Akbar the Great. Why Akbar was also called great? Because he was tolerant towards the other religion. Though he was a Muslim, he followed Islam, but he promulgated a new religion known as Deen-e-Ilahi, which was the fusion of Islam and Hinduism. So when you do such things, see, we, Kanchan, as human beings, we don't take anything from with us when we leave this world physically. Only thing which we leave is a living legacy. So Ashoka did the same, Akbar did the same. They left a legacy.
Yes.
They left, and the contribution of Ashoka in the field of art and architecture is huge. It's immense. All the stupas, the chaityas, the viharas, and the rock edicts which you get. You know the inscriptions. They are the records now, from which we can refer to and tell the future generations that what happened. So that is his biggest contribution, apart from all other things.
Yes, I always appreciate Ashoka because the impact, I always see impact, his era's impact even today. Because we have a few systems which he has created, the economic aspect which he has created at that point of time, which we are still following in few patterns. So we will be
because see, Mauryan administration was very, very good. Mauryan administration, for that matter, was very, very good. And it was adopted by the later dynasties. After the Mauryans also, the dynasties which they came, they also took that model. They carried forward that model. So it is not only the philosophical aspect, but in all aspects, economic, administrative, in every field, you can see Ashoka as a role model. Not only in one aspect, in many aspects. And the emblem, the national emblem which we have, is from one of his rock edicts.
Right, right.
You know, so that is again that means you are giving acceptance, you are giving recognition to that king by making it a national emblem. So it's a big thing. It's a very big
yes, it's a big thing. I think Ashoka has given us our civilization a kind of remembrance. We are known as people from the Ashoka's land. So I think that's a great thing. Today we have discussed about overview about Ashoka and how he has transformed and how Buddhism he has adopted, and he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in Indian subcontinent. So in our next episode, we'll be discussing about administration, the good points of administration, which somehow in little format we are still following those traits of administration.
Definitely.
So it was so nice to talk to you about Ashoka and discuss about our great king, the great Ashoka. We will be discussing this topic further. So till then, bye-bye, take care, and all the best.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and many of us would know her by last name and first name. She is in the fraternity of all the CXOs, and she is invited by universities to give lectures on human capital. She is a very famous personality, and we are very glad to welcome Farida Charania on our show. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Farida, we are in India. Today is day 20th. It's a total lockdown, and there are certain districts in India which are in extreme end of lockdown where you can't even step out of your door of the main houses. But I think by and large, almost 100% of the citizens in India are following the lockdown. I think that is pretty much the only solution we have. And since you are in Singapore, how does it look like in Singapore?
So we are amidst a circuit breaker right now, which is basically, circuit breaker is a lockdown, but slightly different, that you can go out for essentials still if, it's absolutely necessary. I come from a place where people generally follow rules. So the roads are very quiet. If you need to kind of buy your essentials, then, it's a restricted number of people in a certain place. People wear masks and everyone is working from home. So I think law and order is in place. But like every other part of the world, people are scared. But yeah, we'll get there.
So it's a lockdown in most of the countries. Do you see any change in the behavioral pattern of people, or any innovation that people might have come out with in order to follow the law set by the government?
I think everyone is getting used to the new normal, which is working from home, because working from home used to be a privilege. Today it's a necessity, and it's becoming the new normal. Innovation, of course, when there is a situation, people innovate and they try to adapt. So people are adapting very quickly. A couple of examples here. So there is a food service which is Food Panda, and as soon as the lockdown came down, they started something called Panda Mart, which is basically within less than an hour they will deliver your essentials. So very basics like milk, bread, egg, etc., but you get it sitting in your house. So I think they already had the infrastructure and they very quickly built on it, and they were the first ones to actually come out with this. So that was one innovation which I thought was quite cool on on the business front. In terms of people, yes, we are innovating. I'm learning to work with noise in the background, as you can see my daughter. But that's I think, yes, people are adapting. They're adapting very quickly. And I do see business still happening, which is a good thing.
Your daughter is very sweet, and she's very inquisitive, and she's trying to see what mama is doing.
Yeah. She doesn't see me so much, so I think she's kind of a little overwhelmed by having me around so much.
Yeah, and I think as a leader of my organization, I also see this because earlier my team was working from the office, and now they are working from home. So me as a leader also, I'm getting exposed to their personal lives. So there are many young parents and their kids and all that. So all that is now coming. Now, having said that, I think the way people are doing business has changed quite a bit. Do you, from your point of view, because you work with a lot of senior people across the world in UK, in Singapore, and also in India, do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business fraternity?
I think initially, so there are a few stages that I experienced. So, I'm basically talking about this right from, my contacts in San Francisco, where I actually speak a lot to a lot of people, to England, where I lived till recently, and Singapore, which is home. And India, of course, because I do have a lot of business discussions in India as well. I have seen it emerging from it's fine, it's just a temporary situation, and we will get back to office, we'll meet up for a coffee and let's talk face to face. There was another phase after that saying that this might take a little bit of time, but when we meet, we will make decisions. Now we are at a stage where people say that we do not know how much time it will take. So let's go back to business. BCP is anyways in place, and let's continue to do business. In fact, so there are several companies that I advise, and Zopa is one of the companies that I advise. And we actually picked up a couple of very large government deals during this time, which is actually in normal situation, it would have taken a lot longer. But we did it because it was a good time for everyone to kind of sit down. Everyone was available. So many a times you don't kind of close things off because people are not available, but where would they go at this point in time? So everyone is available. But I think overall sentiment is a little bit low, definitely, because you do not know that how long will the economic impact of this whole health emergency is going to last. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Because it's just started. We will start seeing the impact in a few months. So definitely there is a dampening of sentiments, and even after all of this is over and it's behind us, there is going to be cautiousness. So it will stop raining, but the floor will be wet. So people will still be very conscious.
In fact, you mentioned a very important word called BCP, which for the benefit of our viewers, I just elongate this abbreviation, that is called Business Continuity Plan. So we should have a BCP for all countries, because I think most of the countries, entire world is under lockdown right now. So from your point of view, what do you think governments of each country should do to bring the sentiment up after this lockdown is lifted?
I think the governments in every part of the world are in a very difficult situation right now, because this is something that no government has seen. 3 or 4 generations who are parallelly surviving in today's world may not have experienced anything like this. So it's new for people, it's new for governments. A lot of governments are doing what they can. They are trying to keep the morale up, they are trying to see what they can do, but they are dealing with a very difficult problem. So they are dealing with the problem of one, treating people who are infected, to finding who are infected and not symptomatic, and infecting others, making sure that the ones who are well stay away from that. So they are dealing with this, and they are also trying to find the cure. So there are a lot of things happening, but governments are coming up with different kind of aids, different kind of packages to help economy, to help the country. Like Singapore government has been one of those very very they've had a very good approach to this whole situation, saying that we can't do anything about what's already happened, but what we can do is we can prevent the further spreading. England, so in the UK specifically, they have come out with a lot of measures as well to help companies keep their employees, etc. I think it's very early to say what governments can do, and this is a very fluid situation. Things are changing much beyond anybody's anticipation, expectation. So it's very difficult to say what the governments can do, because I think they have a lot of advisors who tell them what to do. But in my opinion, I think as responsible citizens, what we can do is follow the rules. What we can do is listen to the government, and just be conscious of the fact that this is not something that they have experienced before. So instead of finding fault with the system, we just go along with the system, respect the rules, and then just work with our immediate fraternity, with our immediate community, to see where we can contribute. But expecting something from the government more than what they are already doing, I don't think at this point I want to even say anything there.
Farida, actually, what you're saying is making a lot of sense, because the first thing every citizen should do is follow the rules set by the government, because they have the right thinking, right advisor. It is in their interest to make sure that the global economy is kicked in again after the lockdown.
Precisely.
So I think,
because we can't have a situation where the cure is more destructive than the disease itself. So we need to just play it by the ear. In fact, somebody asked me that what is your next venture? I said, I haven't thought that far. I'm just taking it one day at a time, because nobody can think that far. I made 100 plans, but I couldn't, kind of execute any of them, because the world had changed by the time I was ready to execute. So I haven't thought that far. But my recommendation to anyone who probably thinks there is some advice coming from me would be that just play it by the ear. You can't plan too many things right now, because you don't know how things are going to pan out. But stay within your fraternity, stay connected via means which does not require physical meetings, and listen to your government.
I think these are very important words of wisdom, which is coming from such an experienced person like you, Farida. It is wonderful talking to you today. It has been a great pleasure, and I'm sure we'll find another opportunity to talk to you once again after a few days to check what's going on.
Absolutely. Such a pleasure, Chandra. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's watching this. My good wishes to you and your family. Stay safe, stay calm. This too shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Be safe, be positive, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Good morning, friends. This is Akulmach Live, and I'm your host, Chandrakant. As you know, that COP26 is going on, and there are a lot of issues that are being discussed by the world leader. And I thought this is the best time to also talk about vegetarianism, because being vegetarian is also environment friendly. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very distinguished, very senior personality. His name is Kevin Cottam, and he's joining us from Singapore. And he's also a vegetarian. So let's welcome him. Hello, Kevin. Welcome to Akulmach.
Hello. Hi, Chandra. It's always wonderful to be with you. And I love that drum roll. It's so funny. It makes me laugh. So thank you so much.
Yes, Kevin. In fact, you are a vegetarian. I am also a vegetarian. I'm sure you were born as a non-vegetarian. I think like just like me. So what happened and why you became a vegetarian? Can you tell our viewers about your story?
Yeah, I think that it has multiple variations on it, but I think probably I started off by having a trip to Palm Springs once. It was at Christmas time, and we didn't have turkey, but we went to a steakhouse, and I went with friends. And when you in those days, and maybe still the same, is that when you ordered a steak, you got a whole plate of a thick steak. The whole thing was a steak. And I looked at it and I thought, this is absolutely ridiculous. This is horrible. And of course I ate the thing, but I mean, it just seemed so stupid. And I never had a steak ever again after that. And then when I was a dancer, is that I like to feel light, and it takes a lot for me to digest meat. And so consequently, I didn't like the feeling of the heaviness that it would be. And so I stopped eating meat. And then I started back eating again when my mother came to meet me in Paris. And she says, why are you not eating meat? I'm eating all these wonderful pâtés that are so beautiful in the stores. And I went, okay, now they have something to eat. Anyway, but for many, many years, though, I didn't really eat any meat. I just ate chicken. And so at one point I said, okay, well, why are you eating chicken then? Just be vegetarian. And so then I became a vegetarian, and I stopped drinking any wine or liquor as well. And it was a really wonderful time. And it didn't take me long to really, adjust to it. But also it became more of a feeling of health at that point. And now it has transitioned from not just being health, but it's a social consciousness. It's about animal consciousness as well, and environmentally conscious as well. So the bigger point for me now is not just about how healthy I feel, much more from this, is this whole sort of social consciousness and environment. And I think that's what has really driven me very much. And as we can see today, because of the impact on the climate, and also the amount of methane that is given from different cows and whichever, that we really have a problem with this situation. And so I think that it's important that we move to a more healthy diet. Not to say that meat or fish or whichever is not healthy, but the impact that it has on the environment is another thing. And also we could think of the external environment, but, Chandra, it's about our internal environment as well. And it's also your mind as well. And I think that there's so many different factors here that actually interplay. And, it comes down to, I believe, for myself, is the social consciousness and health. And so it's that fullness. How is it for you, and why?
Well, I think for me also, the most important personally for me is the animal rights. And the reason I became vegetarian is to protect the animals. And it is basically cowardly to tie the animal and kill it and then eat it. It's not even predation. So I felt this is against nature. And so I don't want to talk more about this, because I think we have to focus on three subjects. One is health benefit. Second is, in fact, mental benefit. Mental health also is part of the health benefit. Environment and animal rights. So these are the three things that we will cover in our today's show. So tell me, Kevin, as per your viewpoint, why being a vegetarian is more healthy as compared to having a non-vegetarian diet? Your opinion, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's interesting to separate the two. But I mean, we have all of these types of meats now that they're trying to create, and there's so many hormones that are also put into these to make them grow. And whichever, even if they say they're natural, there's, farmers are trying to make their animals bigger and more stronger, and also so that the meat is better for you, apparently. I don't believe in putting extra things into my body, such as extra hormones, which are maybe useful for an animal, but not necessarily for me. And I also think that it's the same thing. You could say, okay, pesticides that they put on a variety of vegetables as well, which I don't agree on. However, it seems to be the way. I also don't eat vegetables from certain countries, to tell you the truth. I really stay away from any vegetables that are in China. Here in Singapore, we get a lot from China, from Indonesia, from Australia, we get Malaysia. And I try to stay away from China because there's a lot of polluted water around where they grow the vegetables. There isn't the social consciousness and understanding of the growth is what I can read and what I can see. And so I try to stay away from that and try to use the health benefits of that. So there are so many different types of vegetarians. Some people say they're flexitarian. Some people say they're vegetarian. Some people say they're vegan. Some say they're pescatarian. So, it's a variety of vegetarians. And for me, I had an operation a few years ago, and a colleague of mine said, well, why don't you just go vegan for a while? And so that you can heal a lot better, so that you don't have a variety of the other elements which are going into your body, such as milk products, and then of course the hormones and all the things that go into milk. And I, not that I drank milk, but I would eat cheese. I mean, I was a cheese lover. But living in Singapore, I haven't really desired cheese because, again, it's a hot country, and it's better, I think, cheese in a cold country because it is about putting fat on you and things like that, which are to help you in hibernation of colder climates. But I found it heavy again, and I didn't have the taste for it. So, but I believe that really helped in my healing process, and even if it was just mentally, but I just felt better for it, to tell you the truth, because I didn't have that extra heaviness inside of me. And I think that one of the things that I think is extremely important for all of us is to think of not everybody thinks about their physicality and the way the food goes into your body and how it reacts to your body. And that we say, oh, we have some pains, or we have some gas, or we have some this and whichever. But then it's about focusing on, well, what did I have? What did I eat? How can I not eat that again? Or how can I schedule my timing so I eat in a better timing? Because sometimes if you leave a long period of time between and you don't drink, then you start to get a variety of effects, and then you get hunger and cravings and all sorts of things. But for me personally, it's really it's deep health consciousness and the feelings that it has inside of my body. And because I'm very kinesthetic, my body is extremely important inside. And then I believe it has an effect outside. So how does that affect mentally, as you were talking about, is that I sometimes wonder that in actual fact, because sometimes I probably don't eat regularly enough. And that affects my brain because I don't get enough energy to my head. And also the breathing, that's another thing which I believe is extremely important, whether you're vegetarian or not, but the breathing is extremely vital to get oxygen to your head. And it's about, for me, again, it's that holisticness of your whole being, seeing it as an entity. It is your house that you're living in, and you wouldn't want to have dirty things in your house, and you wouldn't want to have things that are against your mindset, about your beliefs in your house. And so it's, how do you want to keep your house in many ways?
Yes, Kevin, in fact, you rightly pointed out, as far as I'm concerned, I treat the milk and dairy products as animal fat. So you can't call them vegetarian because they are obviously coming from animals, and the milk is for calf, not for humans. So I think that is the point that I want to make here is the humans can eat other things to survive, but calf cannot. So you are stealing the milk from the calf, which he or she will use to grow in life, to grow and become a full-blown animal. So I think moving on to the subject which is related to the environment. because the animal right is a much bigger subject, but you briefly talked about environment. Why do you think being vegetarian is environment friendly from your point of view, Kevin?
Well, first of all, I mean, they talk about animals and the amount of methane that cows produce, which is extremely destructive for the environment, and it's just like the carbon, you know. And so I read recently that somebody was inventing some sort of a mask to put onto the cows, and so that the methane, when they burp and when they expand, that it will not be as potent. And so, which is very interesting. I don't know how they're going to put these masks on on cows and let them eat at the same time. So I think it's around the nose, actually. And so, so I found that very curious. But you know, it is about the gases, but it's also about environment in the sense of saving the environment. Certainly, in the environment, animals will harvest each other, they will kill each other, they will play, you know, to survive. There are, most of the animals, though, as we all know, of the animal kingdom are vegetarian. And the only real carnivores are the cats, the cat families. So consequently, this helps the environment because it keeps the animals in their right places, and it keeps us in our right places. To think that we should be eating a lot of other animals and fish and harvesting so much and killing so much in the ways they are done is not human at all. It is certainly about profit. It's certainly about, and I don't have a problem with that, but the problem is that it's not done humanly. And also, why are we using it? We can, if we use plants, we can use the masses of land which are still available to produce. And I think that we will see with climate change that there's going to be much more migration into places which are empty at this point in time to grow. I was even talking about a fellow, his name is Dr. Parag Khanna, and he's a futurist, and he's talking about, his new book is called Move, and it's about the migration, and people will be migrating for food, but that food is actually, a lot of the food is about vegetarian, is plant-based. And people will be setting up farms in places like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and they're saying that a variety of Indian population is moving in that direction already because of the heat, which is going to be unlivable ultimately in India. So we need to think about, now that we're talking about animals and also we're talking about humans living together on this planet, is that we need to be able to be more sustainable, and eating meat is not so sustainable. And because of so many different ways, they take up so much land. And that's why we have all this deforestation in the Amazon, is to create more, so more beef can roam. You know, and the beef is only for slaughter. It's not just to, you know, it's sacredness as it is in India. So I think that we have to have a different relationship with the animals, which will then have a relationship with the planet and the climate. And I think this is, you know, there has to be that harmony again. It's not just us eating it all.
Well, I think, I believe, Kevin, is that the word farm, which is used for, you know, poultry farm and, you know, all these kinds of animal farms, is absolutely wrong, because farm is meant for growing your vegetables and not animals. I think that is part of the confusion among humans, that they feel since it is coming from farm, it must be vegetarian. So I think we need to get the definition right. And you mentioned about cows. Obviously, when we are growing cows in farm, the methane will be a problem, because when they exist in nature, there is no farm, there is no boundary. They can freely move around, and there is no concentration of methane gas coming from one location. And there will be predation naturally. The cat family, various kinds, will predate on them, and 1% of the herd will be used to consume to take care of the population control of these animals. But what we are doing now is we are bringing them into a farm, genetically growing them so that they can be of benefit. They are much bigger, larger, producing more milk. So we are actually kind of, our hunger is driving the whole farm business today. So talking about this subject, I think, do you think personally that do animals have right, just like we talk about human rights, do animals also deserve a right? And what do you think that should be?
That's a great question. I believe everybody has a right. Even I think that the planet has a right. I think that we all have rights. And so the animals definitely play into that, obviously, is they have a right. And because they don't have the cognitive facility that we have, as we say, and the frontal lobe, is that we can't make all these decisions. They make their other decisions in the way that they make them, more intuitively as well, and with their thinking in some ways. So I believe that there should be rights preserved for animals and fish and anything that is on this planet, and the planet itself has its rights. And we need to live in harmony with that. And that doesn't mean, I mean, one of the things, right, with COVID is, and the problem is that we have now wanting to domesticate all of these animals which are in the wild and which we take from the wild, but they carry a lot of different microbes and viruses that we can't deal with. And as COVID has been shown that. So this, if we continue to have this type of habit within, I'm not the only one, but there's been much scientific data on this, is it's going to continue at a very rapid pace because we are encroaching constantly in their habitats. You know, their habitats should be sacred to them as our habitats are sacred to us. And we wouldn't want somebody else coming in and robbing us as the animals are being robbed of their habitats. It doesn't make sense. We are only seeing this from our greedy perspective of life. And you know what? It's been said many times, is the planet does not need us. It will survive. Once we have gone, it'll still be there. It may not look the same, but it will evolve in some way, shape, or form. But we need to understand that we're guests here, and we can all live together. And may that sound utopian in some ways, but it's not. It's just that we have gotten so far off track in the consumerism, the oil, money, greed, all of this. We have totally put ourselves aside from all sorts of humanistic ways and human rights and animal rights and water rights and planet rights, all of these.
Absolutely, Kevin. In fact, you mentioned very nicely. In fact, it is a reality, not a utopia. I think mankind must wake up to that. And you, as rightly said, we are guests. And if you look at the nature, the humans are not part of any food chain that exists on this planet. You know, the big fish eats the small fish. It doesn't deviate in between and go start eating humans and then come back and eat smaller fish. The humans are not part of any food chain, so we should leave it at that and continue living our life with moral values and consciousness about being environment friendly. So Kevin, thank you so much for joining us and talking about these subjects. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Chandra.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today in the tip section I would like to cover about something which happens with everybody. And as you know that we are passing through a lockdown where all of us are using different PCs and different machines and bandwidth at home, and as a result, in some cases, some of the cases, we may need extra PCs for everyone in the family to log on. And usually it happens that when you buy a laptop, you always buy top of the line laptop. For example, today if you end up buying any laptop, it would be having at least 8 GB of memory. But after a couple of years, this will become obsolete. So when you buy your laptop, you always tend to buy the top of the line laptop with the best processor, best memory, and best hard disk. But after a few years, these hardware become obsolete and hence not usable, and then you are forced to buy a new laptop after 3 to 5 years. Now, all of these laptops, you don't discard them. They keep lying in your in your real estate and keep occupying simply because you have a lot of data on those laptops. So I came across a situation where I had many laptops lying for past 10 to 15 years with different configuration, and I wanted to use them. I needed it for giving it to my kids and the family and so on, and they should not feel left out because of this digital onslaught. So I called the technician. That guy came and said, let me show you the type of laptop that I figured out. It's basically top of the line a Dell laptop. As you can see here, I'm trying to show you. This is a very good laptop, very lightweight, red in color, very jazzy, but it has only 30 GB of hard disk and 1 GB of memory. Now the technician, when he came home, he said, look, we can't do anything with this because he can't even load Windows 10 on it, and the memory cannot be upgraded beyond 2 GB because it does not have the extra slots, and the upgrade cost will be as much as the cost of this buying a new laptop. So then I felt that this technician is not helping me and I have to do something, and I don't want to throw this laptop. It's a very beautiful, bright laptop, as you can see, and it's from a brand called Dell. It's a very good quality laptop. I don't want to discard it. So I did my research and I found a solution. The solution is you can actually get rid of Windows completely and use this Intel hardware with 30 GB of hard disk and download a free operating system, which is very user friendly, and it takes hardly half an hour to prepare your laptop without any external help. So I just want to talk about that and probably give you a live demo what you can do and how you can do without knowing anything technical. It's not a technical job. All you need to do is you need to follow the steps that I'm telling you. But before you start, you have to ensure that you bring a device like this. This is a pen drive, a flash drive, at least 4 GB. It must be lying somewhere in your house. You can get that. Make sure that you back up your flash drive, whatever pictures, data you have. Make sure that you don't because this will be overwritten, this will be formatted, and but make sure that this drive is there for this purpose. And what we are going to do is with this drive basically is make this drive a bootable drive. That means I want to boot my this red color laptop using this drive, not its hard disk. So and it can be done very easily. It's not a very difficult thing to do, but make sure that it is empty. You have taken the backup of this drive, and it has at least 4 GB of space. So the drive that I'm using today for this experiment is actually 30 GB, 32 GB. But nevertheless, if you have an old 4 GB flash drive lying around somewhere in your home, you can use it simply. Now, the whole point of making or using this drive is this will become a bootable drive. And when I say bootable drive, once this drive has the operating system and entire bootable aspect of the operating system, then you can convert any number of hardware into this operating system using just this drive. So first of all, you have to make this as a bootable drive, and for that you need to do two things. And today in our experiment we are going to download the Linux version. Linux, it takes lesser memory than Windows, because Windows 10 takes about 30 GB, and the older versions of Windows are no longer supported. So you have to move out of Windows if you want to use the old hardware. And Linux takes about 4 to 8 GB depending on what systems you are going to load on it. And I'll tell you exactly how you can do it and how user friendly this is going to be for your kids and for even your parents who want to use the internet, browse, do simple things like writing document, browsing, watching a YouTube video, even 4K videos, how you can use it. So first thing is you need to prepare this 4 GB, at least 4 GB flash drive. You must have it, keep it ready before you start this activity. And then go to this Ubuntu website. We are going to use Ubuntu version of Linux. There are many. You can choose any. Actually, you can use Mint, you can use Kali Linux, you can use Ubuntu. I'm going to use Ubuntu. It is just my comfort, but if you're comfortable with any other thing, just do it. All of them have pros and cons. You can go through the internet and read about it. But I feel Ubuntu is very user friendly. However, if you want to create your Linux very close to look like Windows, then you can also use Mint Linux, because Mint Linux menu looks very similar to Windows. But nevertheless, none of these versions are Windows, they are Linux. And so if you use Ubuntu, many of these things are pre-built in it, like Word and all that. We will see all that as we go along. So what you have to do is go to Ubuntu website, and it's absolutely free. It, as you know, it's all freeware. It is there are no charges for downloading Ubuntu. So you go to Ubuntu and click on download. On the download page, you get these different versions. You get different types of I mean, the Ubuntu can be downloaded even for IoT devices, but in today's experiment we are going to download only for desktop, because our purpose is to prepare our old laptop which has become obsolete to become ready today, and again make it usable. And now here in the download section you see two button. One is green, and which says 20.04 LTS, and other is 20.10. Now the difference between these two is that the LTS is the stable version of Ubuntu, and that is how the Linux gives their versions. I mean, the LTS upgrade will happen once in 18 months, once in 2 years, and this is stable, and there will be no upgrade. So you will not be, unlike Windows, which which gives upgrade or update or some patch every 3 to 4 months. If you choose LTS version, uh, there will be no update for next 18 months to 2 years. Uh, or you can use the ongoing version, which is having all the latest features. So 20.0 LTS version basically will be the most stable version, but will not have the latest feature. But if you want to go with the latest feature which are getting added as you're downloading it, then go for 20 and this version, and which is good enough. I've experimented with both are equally good. For our activity today, you can choose whichever you want, whichever you feel comfortable with. So for today we will click on this one, which is the latest version 20.1, and it start downloading, and it'll just say that thank you and etc., and straight away without any permission it downloads it. Depending on the speed of your network, like for example, if I have a 256 mbps line right now, it'll take hardly 2 minutes to download. And but nevertheless, it should not take more than 10 minutes to download. It is just 2 GB file which you can download. After it is downloaded, you will see in your download section, it is already downloaded here, and it is just 2 GB. The entire operating system is 2 GB, and now it is there with you as an executable file. And one thing you have to make sure that it should be an ISO file. It should not be an exe file or any other file. It should be an ISO file, because ISO file is the operating system files. Now, in order to make this into a bootable drive like this one, we need a tool called Power ISO. So again, it's a simple utility. You can go to poweriso.com. Again, this is all free. Just click on download, and it will download. It will take you to the next page, I'm sorry, where you can choose what version you want to download. So typically, if your systems are 32-bit, your laptop which you want to migrate is 32-bit, migrate the ISO, take this software for 32-bit. If your operating system is chip is 64-bit, take this version. So make sure that you choose the right versions of Ubuntu as well as Power ISO. Download all of these guys. Once you click on download, it will download very quickly, and as you can see, it is already here. It's downloaded. It's a very small application. It's hardly 4 MB application. It downloads within few seconds. Once it is downloaded, you kickstart the Power ISO, and it has many things, so we don't want to confuse with what other features it has. But click on the tools. What we are looking for is the tool section. Click on this option, and you will start seeing a drop down menu. And what we want to do is basically make a bootable USB drive. This is the option that we want to use. Basically, what will happen is once you click on this, it will ask you to provide the ISO file of Ubuntu. And it's a very simple process. Just download the ISO software, start it, choose, click on tools, go to this option called create bootable USB drive, and then supply the Ubuntu, the version here. And then at this point in time, you have to insert, before you go ahead, insert the drive into the USB port, and the system will recognize and then copy everything into this drive. Now this drive will become a Ubuntu bootable drive. Now this is ready. Once this is ready, it will take hardly 5 minutes to create the entire system. The Power ISO software will make sure that the Ubuntu is copied properly and it is also bootable. What you need to do now is take the new laptop like this one here that I have, and insert the USB drive into this laptop like this. And once this is done, you start the laptop. When you start the laptop, just before it start booting from the hard disk, you press F12 depending on your make. In my case, it's a Dell PC, so I have to press F12 many times. I have to continue pressing after every 1 second, keep pressing F12 as soon as the PC starts. So that will actually bring the BIOS of the operating system of the laptop. And once you see that BIOS, all you have to do is basically you have to tell the BIOS of the laptop to boot from a USB, because right now it is set booting from the hard disk. Yeah, this is the address of the hard disk. So you have to tell the BIOS to boot from the USB. So it is simple as selecting this option, save and restart. So when you restart, your laptop already has the bootable Ubuntu flash drive in it, And this time BIOS will recognize USB as a bootable drive, and it will boot from the flash drive. Once that happens, immediately after a few seconds, you will be given this option. And here, depending on which country, what language you want to install Ubuntu, obviously for me it's English, but whichever country you are in, you can choose whatever language you want, and you have to choose install Ubuntu. That's it. So you just install it, click on install, and this guy will install Ubuntu on your PC. And now, once you remove the flash drive, you don't have to do anything. Your PC is ready, and it has everything. It looks like Windows, as you can see, is exactly like Windows. It's not Windows, but it looks like Windows, and it has built-in utilities like instead of Word, it has the writer document. It has presentation. It has a lot of games. It has a browser and things like that. So it has already everything in it as part of the OS, and you can use it just like Windows without any complexities. And all of this will come in about 4 to 8 GB, depending on what softwares you choose. And the best part is, since this is Linux, it is open source. You can make everything your own specification. So as you become more expert in using this, you can change all of this. Right now, this is in this color. You can change it to maroon color, or you can change it to orange. You can change the picture. You can, suppose you don't like the file manager, you can get a new one, a freeware from Linux website. So there are so many variations you can do. So you can you can create your own version of Ubuntu the way you want it. And unlike Windows, which you are stuck with one particular software, here there are more flexibility. And the best part is, now I can use my 30 gig hardware which was lying without any use. I can now again use it. I can watch my videos. I can start using it for my purpose, and also browse the net, and also do my office automation work, like creating Excels, writing Word documents, preparing presentation, joining if the kids are there, they can join the classroom using Chrome. You can download a Chrome on Ubuntu, and the look and feel will be different, but usability will be exactly the same, just like Windows. So my friends, this is a tip for making sure you're kickstarting use of your old hardware which is not usable, just lying around. You don't know what to do with this. You don't want to throw it, because when you bought it, it was really the top of the line, and you spend a lot of money buying it, but it is not useful now. You can make it useful by following this process, and you don't have to be a technical person. You just follow the guidelines that I have given you. All you have to do, just to summarize my points, download ubuntu.iso file from ubuntu.com, or Linux, Mint Linux or Kali Linux, whichever you feel. Any operating system, they are all the same. They are very user friendly. Download them in your hard disk. Get a flash drive, at least 4 GB. Make that as a bootable flash drive of your operating system of choice, like Ubuntu, Mint, or Kali Linux. Then you need to boot the laptop which you want to transform using this flash drive, and voila, you get your laptop working. Now in this laptop, it has only 30 GB. Now I have 8 GB of operating system and my data files, and I still have 20 GB spare to fill in more stuff in it. So this is now useful. I don't need to throw it. I can use it. I can give it to kids. I can give it to my parents, and they can use it. So this is a small tip for today, my friends. Do engage with me. Let me know if this tip was useful for you, or you have any other suggestion, and we can include your comments in the next video. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously welcome all of you to this edition of Legal Matters. Before I start our discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for introducing me and welcoming me. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
Likewise, Jeet, and just to introduce a little bit more about yourself, you are a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court and also very well known in various legal fraternities. And today we would like to discuss about the farm bills. And there has been a lot of agitation. There are certain farmers which are happy. There are certain set of farmers which are unhappy, and there are a whole lot of politics going around all these three farm bills. So, from your point of view, what is these farm bills? Are they going to benefit us? Not benefit us? Why there is protest? So, I think we will like to know more from you.
Yes, Chandrakant, actually, we see a lot of agitation going on right now and protest in the National Capital Region due to the introduction of these three bills, which have now been enacted and are the law of the land. So the Parliament in the month of September introduced three bills, which are the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next one is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement on Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act 2020, and there was an Essential Commodities Amendment Act 2020. All these acts deal about and what they are, we will discuss. But before, I would like to tell you what is the existing system till now and how the entire agricultural sector was restricted and regulated under the APMC acts of the states. So basically, agriculture falls within the state list under the 7th schedule of the Constitution. It's a state subject, and states regulate it, and they carry out the act, relating to agriculture. They issue laws and regulations and notifications. So this time, in order to have a entire one nation, one law system, wherein the central government has tried to introduce these bills, and basically it focuses more on trade and commerce, and it tries to do away, in not completely, but in a way introduce a new system where the farmers can directly buy and sell outside of the APMC markets. So basically, the purpose of introducing these APMC, that is the Agricultural Produce Market Committees and the Agricultural Produce Market Laws, was because at the time of independence, the farmers were not so well off, and they were. It was seen that they were quite in debt because they had to every year produce uh, uh, farming products, and they needed loans, and so therefore a lot of times the private players used to exploit them, and therefore it was felt that there needs to be a law to protect farmers from being exploited, and therefore in the 1960s states started to introduce these agricultural produce market laws, and which regulated the sale and purchase, and every farmer as well as the trader who wanted to purchase had to be registered through those what is called as mandis, and every region and area had their own mandis, and through which the trader had to register, and then only he could purchase. And all sales and transactions were noted down and were kept in the register. So this provided for the laws to govern farm produce. It regulated the buyer trader registration, price information, recovery of dues, and dispute resolutions. Now, as time progressed and as we saw that the APMC Act also was not in tune with the current times of free market and free market economies, and when liberalization has happened to such an extent that almost all sectors now the government wants to take away its control and push things into the market. So these bills now introduce this new system wherein the farmer and the buyers or traders can directly transact between each other. So that is the purpose of introduction of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. The next act which has been brought is the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement of Fair Assurance and Farm Services Act, wherein the farmers can enter into agreements with traders for selling of their agricultural produce. And the agreement and the contracts will be provided by the central government, the form its terms and conditions. And basically, it provides for the protection of farmers on price assurance and farm services. And the third act, which is the Essential Commodity Amendment Act 2020, which now uh, which has been introduced, is that it basically the Essential Commodities Act was originally enacted in the interest of general public, for which certain essential commodities supply, distribution, and production was restricted. But now with this amendment, the supply of foodstuffs, including cereal, pulses, potato, onions, oilseeds, etc., uh, have been removed from the purview of the Essential Commodities Act, and it can be restricted only in the times of war, famine, or extraordinary price rise and natural calamity of grave nature. So therefore, they cannot be brought within the purview of essential commodity, and there cannot be a restriction on its uh, production, supply, and distribution. So these are the three bills which have been introduced and which have now been enacted. And basically, the let me just read the object and purpose of the introduction of this Farmer Produce Trade and Commerce Bill 2020 is that it provides for the creation of an ecosystem where the farmers and traders enjoy the freedom of choice relating to sale and purchase of farmers' produce, which facilitates remunerative prices through competitive alternative trading channels to promote efficient, transparent, and barrier-free interstate and intrastate trade and commerce of farmers' produce outside the physical premises of markets or deemed markets notified under various state agricultural produce market legislation, to provide a facilitative framework for electronic trading and for matters concerned therewith. So this is the aim and object of this act which has been introduced. And the salient features of this act are that any person having a PAN card can become a trader and can enter into an agreement with the uh, uh, farmers either through physical or electronic trading and transaction platforms, and they shall have the freedom to carry on interstate or intrastate trade and commerce in farmers' produce in the trade area. So, one farmer from Punjab and Haryana can sell his produce in any of the states in the country. So, therefore, it gives a wide variety of buyers, which otherwise was restricted to the APMCs of that regional areas. So, therefore, it brings more competition and it gives more options to the farmers to sell their produce. That is the basic salient features. But what is the objectionable objection and what are the dispute which has arisen is that one of the provision, section 6, provides that the market fee or cess or levy which the state APMC acts was levying on the state for every transaction cannot be levied under this act. Second, so therefore what the states and the APMCs are contemplating is that it will ultimately uh, it it will ultimately be a loss to the state exchequer, and this is a state subject. So therefore, that will create a problem for the state's development, and uh, also it also provides for the dispute resolution, wherein the dispute, in case if there is any dispute between the buyer and the seller, then the same can be put to an end through an conciliation process, wherein the sub-divisional magistrate would be acting like an umpire who will provide for a fair decision. And if that decision is not agreeable to any of the parties, then the parties can also appeal it. But those orders of these sub-divisional magistrate and the appellate authority would be final and binding. And what it does is it takes away the jurisdiction of the civil courts. And that is what is one of the objections raised by the farmers, that this would not be a fair mechanism for dispute resolution. So this is the salient feature of the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill, and also with regards to the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Amendment on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act. The aim and object of that act is to provide for a national framework on farming agreements that protect and empower farmers to engage with agribusiness firms, processors, wholesalers, exporters, or large retailers for farm services and sale of future farming produce at a mutually agreed remunerative price framework in a fair and transparent manner and for matters connected therewith. So therefore, this provides for a national framework on a farming agreement. So, so this act provides that the salient feature provides that the price which is to be paid to the farmer for the purchase of a farming produce may be determined and mentioned in the farming agreement itself, and it also provides for a guaranteed price to be paid for such produce. So therefore, it in a way tries to safeguard the interest of the farmers, and these acts certainly benefit the farmers, and it would get rid of a lot of middlemen which are right now existing in the APMC mechanism. So therefore, this is the scheme of these acts, and this is what it provides and lays down.
Thank you very much for clarifying the law for the viewers. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'm also not a farmer, but I'm a businessman. So I understand the nuances of running any business. Farming is a similar business like any other business. It has a production phase, it has a distribution phase, it has a wholesale, storage, and then retail. So I think all these principles applies to farming. The farmers are producing and then selling it to the APMC mandis, who are then wholesaling it, distributing it, etc. I think you mentioned about the independence in 1947. Situation that time was that almost 80% of the population of India was involved in farming activities. And we have all studied in our books when we were young that 80% is the farming community, etc. But the situation is totally changed on the ground. Today, the farming community has reduced to about 30% population of India, and the farming industry is not similar to any other industry. Even though the law of the doing business remains the same, which is production, distribution, wholesale, and retail. In the event of farmhouse, what happens is that the land produce X amount of produce, whether you are producing a wheat or rice or vegetables, it has a capacity to produce X amount of vegetation throughout the year for hundreds of years. So one big difference in farming industry as compared to other industry is the other industry can actually grow. There is a growth element. Say, for example, if there's a car manufacturer, the car can double up its production and then grow the revenue and then also grow the company size. In case of farm, if you don't add up your land, you can't grow. The growth is only 1 to 2% year on year. So in nutshell, what has really happened, I'm just doing this monologue with you just to explain to our viewers that what has happened over the last 70 years is that the farming community has reduced systematically because we have a finite land, and the contribution of farming has also reduced because the other industries like IT, manufacturing, automobiles, oil and gas have taken over those because there has been a lot of development in India. The GDP contribution of farming community is actually less than 20%. So 80% is coming from other industries, other activities that Indians do. So I think that is the reality of the whole situation. And then coming to the point where when Jeet had explained about the legal aspect of it, I think the very crucial point is that we have actually not given any elbow room and leg room to farmers. The previous law did not allow farmers to sell his produce in any other to even his neighbor. Suppose I'm a farmer, I'm producing wheat. I cannot legally allowed to sell my produce to my neighbor also. I have to go and I have only one buyer, which is the mandi. And as you know, some of our viewers would know that there are two seasons, prime seasons for cultivation in India, and different produces are sold at that time. So the farmer has no choice but to load his produce in his truck or a tractor, go to the government warehouse, and take whatever money they get it, right? And if, they are at the mercy of the person there. So I think, from my opinion, as a businessman, not as a farmer, not as a lawyer, I see as a pure Indian, I see that these laws will free up the farmers from all these compulsion, where they can sell to anyone, they can sell at any price, whatever price they can strike their deals at, and that will give them that will make them richer, just like any other businessman. So we should not doubt the intellect of farmers that they cannot do business. There are what I've heard so far is that there are e-portals also started by government of India, where they can sell their produce. So I think we have to ensure that the farmers are intellectually more advanced, and they should welcome these changes, because now they will be able to get more value for their produce. And last thing I want to mention, Jeet, last year itself there has been another farmer protest in Haryana, where the farmers came to know that the chickpeas farmers came to know that the APMC bought their chickpeas for 6 rupees. I don't know the measure. I think it's a quintal or kgs. And within one day, in the wholesale market, they were selling it for 20 rupees. So you see, the farmers are the wholesale market itself is selling it for 400%. So by these laws, I think you're empowering the farmers. But we'll go back to the legal discussion. Why so much confusion? Why the political parties are getting involved? Because we are now these laws will benefit the citizens.
Right, absolutely. Well said. You really put it correctly. But as you said, that farming business grows 1 or 2%, but you must also see that since independence, the population has also grown 2 to 3 times. So basically, ultimately, the consumers are the people of this country. So therefore, they are increasing, and the agricultural produce should also increase. But recently, when this bill has been passed, what it provides is that today India has become surplus in most agricultural commodity. So certainly, farming and agricultural produce business has grown tremendously. And though people are coming out and not wanting to do agricultural business and want to shift into other businesses, but still agriculture has continuously grown in this country, and it needs the basic fair market and a proper market where it can take it to a next level. And therefore this act is very important, because earlier what the act is to do, and if I may just give the supply chain how it used to work. So initially a farmer has to go to APMC and give the agricultural produce. Then in APMC the commission agent would take it to the traders, and there would be a price discovery where the price would be decided based on the demand and supply. Thereafter, the trader would take it to the transaction agent. The transaction agent would thereafter take it to the wholesaler to the retailer to the vendor, and vendor thereafter to the consumer. So the farmer would sell it at, as you said, 6 rupees, but ultimately it will reach the consumer at 25 or 30 rupees. Because in between, there are so many people who are doing business with regards to the agricultural produce. So now with this new act, the farmer can directly take it to the wholesaler, retailer, vendor, or any of the trader. It can be anyone, and at the price which they can decide mutually. So these people in between who were to decide these prices are completely wiped out in this new system. Though the APMC will still be there and those acts will remain, but the farmer will have a new avenue of selling it directly to other stakeholders. So therefore, he will get a better price. I would assume that the prices ultimately of these farming products would also increase, because the business houses or the corporate houses who would also get involved would also sell it at a profit. So ultimately, the the cost of these products will increase, and ultimately the consumers will be at a loss. But I think the farmers would certainly benefit out of this system, and as it does away with a lot of middlemen who are in the existing system of APMCs.
So, Jeet, let me explain my perspective on this one, especially when you talk about the prices going high. Uh, in my opinion, what will happen in reality is that the amount that the farmers will get, for example, let's go back to our 6 rupees wala example where the farmers are selling for 6 rupees. But in the new system, they will be able to drive more value for their produce. So they may get 15 rupees instead of 6, and the 6 rupees per kg feed, the consumer will have to shell out 100 rupees per kg. Ultimately, when I buy it, I actually buy it for 100 rupees. So my price of procuring it will reduce. And while farmers' income is increasing 300%, my cost of procuring the farm fuel will reduce considerably, almost by half. So I will end up paying 50 rupees. And going back to the corporate buyer, I think the confusion has been created. I'll just like to clarify. You know, who's the biggest corporate house which is buying? It is the Nestle. It is processed
Pepsi.
Pepsi. Those kind of guys are buying, and these places to go and buy from. They have to go to FCI and buy from there. So I think these middlemen will go out. There are more options for corporate houses to buy from multiple sources, and the farmers will have multiple options to sell their
Right. Absolutely, that's correct. As you said, so middlemen. So it is required in that sense that these middlemen should go and farmers must benefit because they are very important part of this country. So I think the farmers should understand, allow this law to operate, allow this to grow, and thereafter take a decision where what are the loopholes and ultimately what can be corrected, rather than completely asking for the repeal of the enactments.
So I think the people who are asking for these repeal of these laws are the people who are going to lose their jobs, and the population of those kind of people are the middlemen and the setup which is reporting this to the state government or different political parties. So I think the farmers of all other states like Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, MP, etc. They are not complaining about it. It's only the farmers from one or two states which are complaining. So I think in interest of 30 million farmers in India, hardly 3,000 are on the street. So I think we should just ignore them and move ahead and implement these laws. That is what, as a common citizen, I feel. What is your opinion?
Yes, you are right, but the matters are also before the Supreme Court, and I think the farmers should wait for the uh, judgment of the Supreme Court in this matter. Because if they say that the provisions are unconstitutional or without power, then the only authority which can say it is unconstitutional is the Supreme Court, and they are already before the Supreme Court. So therefore, there is so they must trust the apex court of this country and wait for its judgment on this issue.
I think I appreciate your point, and Supreme Court is the ultimate authority. Since the matter is in front of the court, the honorable judges will decide for the benefit of everyone. And I leave it at that, and we can discuss this further because this is the matter which is still sub judice. We will come back on the subject, Jeet, sometime in future once the decision is made. But for the time being, this is what we feel. You have explained beautifully, and thank you for finding time to explain to our viewers what it means from the legal standpoint. I think this is going to be very valuable and knowledge-driven discussion for the viewers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I will catch up with you next Thursday as usual. Until then, bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Roundtable, which is a weekly show. Today, we are discussing very interesting topic about the well-being of our children, and we have distinguished